it's Shapes, and welcome to another expedition of the Anime Encyclopedia. I don't want the thing to go that far down. It's also obscuring a lot of my face, but it's cute. What can I say? It also weighs down the mic. It does. Oh. Hello, Kinoko. Thank you for coming. Story of Little Monica, yeah. Thank you, past me. Appreciate it. We already counted the 50 entries. Unlike 2 weeks ago, me. even when last week me was streaming for 4 hours, it still is like, yeah, you know, I'm here. I forgot to do that. Go, man. Gotta watch more Whoppy. I'm watching more Whoppy. It's happening, and I've it's bad, but I am playing Zelda while watching Whoppy. Look, I want to do both, okay? Don't bully me. Don't bully. Hello, Greg. All right. Still got my dishes here. What's up? Hello, Joel. We're at Spirited. That Spirited Away article, man. Wow. I wasn't expecting that. I was hoping to finish Giggy before the next stream, but dang. Alright, you're close though. Won't be here as long as I'm getting sick. As I'm getting sick. Oh, I'm sorry, Veal. Hope you feel better. Maybe you enjoy the VOD afterwards. If you that's the thing you do. Okay, a lot of S. Scrolling. You know, the raccoon actually does help me with my posture, oddly enough. Because then if I go like this, I can't see that, you know, I have to go over here to read. So I have to sit up. Ha ha ha. Yeah. I also gotta get my car oil changed tomorrow. It rains a lot tomorrow, so nobody really wanted to plan much. This is fine. Hopefully I can work on my video. Video's going well. I worked on it pretty much all day yesterday. And, of course I went back too far. Almost there. I'm on SP. Where are you? Yes. Okay. Yeah, I worked, finished the audio finally, and it's a lot of like retooling and shortening things and rewriting some stuff to make it quicker and more succinct, tightening it up and making it a little more digestible. And the raw recording was like 50 minutes, but there was a lot of me not really pausing or anything, and rewriting things as I was recording it at the time. A lot of retakes. But then I had to re-record stuff anyway, and the final vid at the moment is under 20 minutes. Specifically under 20 minutes. It's like 1959 or something. The best Ghibli film is The Wind Rises, no cap. Good pick! I would say that's my second favorite. Actually, it's my favorite, because Nausicaa's technically not Ghibli. It's Topcraft. So, and then Cagliostro is obviously not, what was I thinking? Not Ghibli either, because it's TMS. So technically, I agree with you, Joel. Probably check it out later as I play Zelda. Nice. Yeah, that's fair. Okay, first article. It's great that Greg's here. Look at that. Spooky Guitaro. Look at that. I was happy to end on Spirited Away, and then the next start. It's cool to see the two of them back to back. Okay. And it is the next one in the first audition, too. Kitaro is a little boy who lives with a gang of phantoms and figures from Japanese folktales, including his friends Ratman, Cat Girl, and Piece of Paper. I get Catman and Ratman and Cat Girl, Nekamusume and Nezumi Otoko. That's literally what they're called. But it's just really funny to, like, I'm with my friend's Piece of Paper. That is funny. Thanks, Top G. The best is Kiki, then Whisper, then maybe Wind. Okay. Kiki's a good pick. Kiki's fair. Whisper the Heart, yeah. I have to say that my number 2 is probably Only Yesterday. That's probably my favorite Takahata. Guitar is one of the spirits. Oh! Piece of Paper. Yeah, I mean, I want to see what his name is, technically. Because they translated all of them. Because obviously it's Nekamusume and Nezumi Otoko. I know those two. But I'm not familiar with Piece of Paper. But I know Piece of Paper is used often. Funny enough, it doesn't show... He's not like one of the main... He's not like one of the major characters that show up in the 2018 adaptation, apparently. Let's see. The original... That's Hakuba, actually. I'm sorry. I don't think he was in Hakuba, to be honest with you. I know Nekamusume was in like 1 or 2 episodes, and then Nezumi Otoko was in like a couple. But it was mainly just Kitaro and Eyeball Dad. Medama Oyaji. Piece of Blackbeard. Oh, Backbeard. There it is. Itan Momen. He doesn't even have... Wait. Yeah, he doesn't even have a voice actor. Come on. Damn. Yeah. I didn't realize Masako Nozawa did Kitaro initially. Holy shit. And then, of course, Chikao Otsuka. Wow. That lineup, you look at like the voice cast for Kitaro, they've done this, they kind of like, they've changed it every decade, interestingly enough. So you kind of have like some like really big names filling in the shoes every time. And I stand corrected. It was the same voice actors in the 60s and 70s, apparently. So this is the 70s version. I was looking at the 60s last time. And so in the 70s, they did keep the voice actors, which is, you know, common for them. But then, there we go. The 80s. Amazingly, Isamu is still playing Madama Oyaji. But then Kei Tomiyama takes over as Nezumi Otoko, which is such a legendary name. You also have Banjo Ginga. Hell yeah. And Daisuke Gori. Nice. In the 90s one... I'm sorry this is such a tangent already. I'm just fascinated. 90s, you have fucking Shigeru Chiba as Nezumi Otoko. Oh my gosh, and you still have Isamu Tanonaka as Madama Oyaji. There's still some sharing, but then the main character changes. And then, yeah, that's the 90s. 2000s. New actress. Same. You can't beat this voice, man. Have you guys listened to his voice? He's just like, it's so good. Oh, he's so good. And then Wataru Takagi plays fucking Nezumi Otoko. Every voice actor who plays Nezumi Otoko is goated. It's like what they're like. One of my, literally, Kei Toriyama is Yang Wenli in LGH. Wataru Takagi is Onizuka and Obito, and some other. I've talked about him in my Naruto video. And then the fucking Shigeru Chiba. Are you kidding me? One of the most goated voice actors of all time. And then the latest one, you literally can't get any more goated. I don't know why it's other. You literally can't get any more goated. You have Toshio Furukawa as Nezumi Otoko. Unbelievably stacked. And I didn't even realize this. That's amazing. Masako Nozawa actually returns and plays the father. She used to play Kitaro in her early days. That's amazing. Wow. I just love that the kind of the lore with Kataro's voice actors specifically, because it's kind of an uncommon thing. Because Lupin, you get the same voice actors as long as they're alive or willing to do it. And then, like, same with a lot of other franchises. What's going on? Only Yesterday's my favorite Takahata film. Good to see you, Bob. Is this what that one short Gege no Kitaro? Yeah, that's Hakuba Kitaro's 11 episodes and fully subbed. What are they talking about, Kitaro? Oh yeah, I just started because they start the article with Kitaro's a little boy who lives with a gang of phantoms and figures from Japanese folktales, including his friends Ratman, Catgirl, and Piece of Paper. Like, you kind of have to logical. I understand why they call them, like, they localized it as that, but it is just funny that one of his friends is Piece of Paper. Anyway, we'll move. That's all I read. That's literally all I read, and then I got distracted. The spirit of his father possesses one of his eyeballs, which has grown tiny arms and legs and can climb about from its perch in his hair. His life may be strange in some of its details, but Kitaro is actually just a nice, ordinary Japanese boy who uses various magical artifacts, like his traditional coat and wooden shoes, to assist him in helping his human and non-human friends to resolve the problems that arise in their lives. Despite, or perhaps because of, reprising basic magical girl and school story concepts, parentheses, the great thing about Ghosts, of course, is that they don't have to go to school, as the theme song gleefully informs us. Wait a minute. Despite, or perhaps because of, reprising basic magical girl and school story concepts? Okay. Alright. Interesting. The series is charming and funny, with Kitaro's supernatural surrogate family presented as regular folks whose ditherings, weaknesses, and prosaic good-heartedness wouldn't be too out of place in Sazai-san. Akuma-kun creator Shigeru Mizuki's 1965 manga and Shonen magazine led to the first TV series and then returned in color in 1971. The fashion for ghoulies and ghosties at the time was influenced by American TV and inspired other anime like Vampire, Little Goblin, and Monster Manben. After a long hiatus, Spooky Kitaro returned for a third series in 1985, now overseen by Osamu Kasai and Hiroki Shibata. In many ways, a complete remake of the preceding two versions, but with a few nods to the modern audience. So, are they considering the 70s series a second season and not a remake? Interesting. I don't know. Obviously, Bob can confirm with this. This man has seen pretty much all of it. Pretty much. You've tried all of them at least. But like, would you consider 71 feeling more like a sequel than a remake? I'm interested. Yeah, Paper isn't even worth mentioning. Ah! Paper's not like a main character. Yeah, okay. I was familiar with Nezumi Otoko and Nekamusume, but I don't remember Piece of Paper, at least from Spooky Kitaro. But I figure maybe like he's like the transport. Kitaro's a yokai, though, at least in 2018. Also, his dad isn't Kitaro's eye, I don't think. He was this zombie guy whose body died except for his eyeball. So it's like his life essence transferred to his eye. Yeah, that's what it is. That's right. It looks like it. You can kind of assume it's Kitaro's eye because he's missing one eye. But you're right. In Spooky Kitaro, his son is born and he just kind of gets like hit in the head. And it like kind of flattens one eye. But yeah, it's his dad like grows out of his old body. His old body was like a mummy. Gege goes full horror consistently. I wouldn't call it a sequel, but Gege stories pre-2000s are so episodic there's no continuity. Yeah. Interesting you say pre-2000s. I didn't realize 2000s would start. I knew 2018 starts to do a little something more continuity-ish. I would assume 80s would have done something because they have all those movies and like the Hell arc or something. Anyway, sorry. I'll move on. In many ways, a complete remake of the preceding two versions, but with a few nods to the modern audience, such as the introduction of super deformed SD scenes of a squashed down Kitaro at humorous moments. I know they have that in the eye catch at least, that they have like the SD versions, but I guess it shows up in the show itself, or in the 70s and 60s don't. It's weird they keep bringing that up. Like every time there's an SD version of something, they always be like, I don't know, not with major disdain or anything, but I feel like they bring it up pointedly in places. Some later stories were all new ideas based on viewer suggestions. During the same period, Toei also took the franchise into movie theaters, commencing with SOK from 1985, which drew less on the original manga than on Mizuki's picaresque, ghoulish travels in Kitaro's world. Keto? I'm interested. I don't know if you guys saw the movies. I'm interested in watching them. I mean, they're subbed, but also I would hope that that's promising. Like the picaresque, like Shigeru Mizuki's, some of his like background drawings are unbelievable. So I would be really interested in that. They kind of replicate that. Then running in Shonen King magazine, the picaresque, ghoulish travels in Kitaro's world. 3 more short movies followed. 1986, Great Ghost War, featuring cameos from Dracula, Frankenstein, and the Wolfman. Great Ghost Army, destructive monsters arrive at Japan. And The Big Revolt of Monsters from Another Dimension. This is what I was talking about. The short-lived TV series Hell Chapter, Jigoku-en from 1988, retold the story of Kitaro's origins. Oh. Prompted by the opportunity to meet his parents as ghosts in the underworld. I mean, that'd be interesting for his mom, but, like, his dad's still alive. Okay. After that, the franchise lay dormant again until revived in 1996 by director Daisuke Nishio. This most recent incarnation, little point here. Revived by the director or by the production committee, by Toei? I hate to actually them about this, but it's like, it's this weird, I don't know why they would refer to it being like the director is the one that revived it. I mean, maybe he did. Maybe he was the one that brought forward the concept and then he ended up directing it. That could certainly be the case, but I don't know. That just kind of rubs me the wrong way. Not a big deal, though. This most recent incarnation, confusingly termed the 4th TV series. Why? It's the 4th. 68, 71, 80, and 90. It's the 4th. Confusing? Why is it confusing? Why is that confusing? Though technically being the 5th. Oh, because of Jikoku-en. Is it? How long is Jikoku-en? Hold on. Hold on. Where's the side stories? Ah! Where is it? Whatever. I don't know. Hold on. I think Tycho's able to bring it up. Bleach movie 4, Jikoku-en. Yeah. It's 7 episodes, guys. Come on. It's only 7 episodes. I mean, granted, Spooky's 11, but I mean, Hakuba is 11. But whatever. Just wanted to add that I love the little raccoon fella. Thank you. This plush is what I based my channel avatar off of initially, and why it's like raccoon themed. Actually, in the original Katara from the Kamishibai, it might have been his eye, but it sounds like they don't know about its history. Interesting. SD super deformed. Hell Chapter is about its origin, his mother specifically related to 80s anime. It's different from any other Katara origin story. They're counting Jikoku-en as a standalone series, but that doesn't make sense within the context of the 80s anime. Yeah, that seemed like it. I just got Tiger the other day. Yeah. It's handy. It's very handy. I'm a big fan. I've used it for years. Almost done. also spun off into 3 more movies. The 90s series. Tomoharu Katsumata's Giant Sea Monster. Junichi Sato's Ghost Nighter. I didn't know that Junichi Sato directed a Kitaro movie. I know he did Akuma-kun, but that's cool. And Takao Yoshizawa's Monster Express Ghost Train. There was also a brief live-action series featuring Mizuki in a cameo role. Nice. I just noticed you still have the raccoon. I put it back on. I put it back on, Hayden, for you, because you'd be like, where's the raccoon? What's Taiga? Taiga is like a desktop app, sort of. Let me see if I can... display capture? Yeah. Yeah, so this is like a desktop app. It can connect to... it can connect to Kitsu, Mal, or AniList. And instead of just going to the site manually or whatever, you know, I'm able to have the whole list right here. You know, add the... I'm on episode 1010, I think? Something like that. Having my scores. And I use it often, like, for... It just kind of searches databases like this. Yeah. It's not doing it. It's better than this, I swear! Sometimes you can throw it off. Let's see. It's just on my mind because of that. Oh, now you're not working. You know, this is for you, right? I was fully advertising this for you, man. Not an ad. But okay. I swear it works good. I go to my plan to watch and shit. Yeah, but I love it. There's other, you know, things, and you know, when it notices that you're watching something, it might you know, put it up, and you can automatically add to it, but you know, whatever. Anywho, tell Mr. Wolf that Duncan lives at... Holy cow, 1,000 episodes. Yeah. I would have been up to date by now easily, had I been a bit more diligent. But I love it. I want to rewatch it. Deadass. Rewatch it specifically with a few things in mind. I have a couple dummy big ideas relating to it. But I would probably do it once the show's done. I'll probably do that. Can you use it when you're offline? No, I think it connects to the internet. I believe, because what it does is it's automatically linking to those websites, Mal and Kitsu and AniList and everything. So if you don't have internet, then like, I think you can update it, and then maybe it'll... I think so. I think you can still technically use it. But it's not gonna... I don't know. It might not be able to, like, get your data or something. I'm not sure. Hello, Oscar. Maybe we could keep watching it together sometime. Yeah, I'd like that. You know, and I'm sorry I haven't watched a Sailor Moon in forever. I'm not gonna lie to you. Those watches kind of paralyzed me from watching more, because I was like, oh, but I gotta watch it with them. Whereas, like, I've cranked on, like, Sally and Akko because I've been able to just kind of play them. But I needed to, because I was super behind on both of those shows anyway. So, I don't know. I still need to... I don't think it's gonna happen now, but I wanted to finish R and original Akko and Sally before June, but not gonna happen now. I'd rather work on my video and stuff, and I'll get through them slowly enough. I need to read more One Piece. I've only read up to Crocodile Fight. Yeah, I recommend watching it. I'm so ready for some Takahata Eraser. Yeah, same. Okay, let me check the 3rd edition, and I'll update the list as is. Sorry, I've been streaming for how long now? 25 minutes, and I'm the first article. It's because of Kitaro, and we're chilling. I'm gonna make mention of Bob, could you ascertain, I don't know if you're still here, but like, could you confirm about him being like an ordinary Japanese boy, because Greg is saying that he's pretty much a yokai in 2018, and I would believe that. I'm not sure, because he's the son of two yokai. So how is he a normal boy? But I've watched Spooky Katara, but it was a while ago, so I don't really know for sure. If you want to keep up with that, I don't mind if you continue it yourself. Maybe we watch something else at some point. I'd like that. I've been wanting to do group watches in general. You know, I felt bad about that. Completely dropping that other idea. Not in a intentional way, just in a neglect kind of way. So I felt that's too bad. I'm about to start One Piece today, actually. No shit. My friend bought the collection because he loves it, but also because I refuse to read manga digitally. Hell yeah! I'm collecting it very slowly physically, but I would want to read it that way too. Although I am caught up. I am reading the digital chapters as they're coming out, only because I don't want to be spoiled by Twitter. Kitaro is yokai. He can freely travel between yokai and human world. Okay. Slightly wrong. Father isn't Kitaro's eyeball. Kitaro is yokai. I'm gonna move on. I'm not even gonna bother with the magical girl thing. Reprising basic magical girl in school story concepts. The series is charming and funny. Okay, now they're gonna add some stuff. Added. In interviews, Mizuki has been heard to suggest that traditional Japanese spirits are driven out of the modern world by the prevalence of electric light, that they need the shadows cast by candles and starlight to survive. This elegiac quality, alluding both to the advance of modernity and the transient nature of youth, can also be seen in modern fairy tales such as Pompoko and Spirited Away. No mention of Hakuba Kitaro. I understand that they didn't have the 2018 version at the time. The latest version was the 2000. Wait a minute. It was 2007. Wait a minute. They didn't even include the 2000 series. Nani? Are you kidding me? They added a paragraph. They literally added this thing about like the interviews and stuff, but they didn't weird. How weird. Let me check the 65, 45, 108, 7, movie, 92, that's the 90s series. That's not even the full 90s series. The 90s series is more than 92 episodes. That's weird. It's like over 100. Oh. Added bit about Mizuki talking about spirits and electronics. No 2000s series or Hakuba? How weird. Is it a separate entry? There's no way. Why would they make it a separate entry? Zero results for Hakuba Kitaro. In general, I mean, there's probably going to be a ton of 71, because obviously there's a lot from just Spooky Kitaro. And the Akitaro Daichi and everything. So, no, I don't. even so, you know, why wouldn't the other series be there? I forgot to loop. I forgot to loop the music. It's hard for me to start watching One Piece because some classic German voice aren't there anymore. Aw, it's too bad. I was watching the first 2 episodes of Get Backers last night. That's good. Oh yeah, Katara's mother is the yokai of motherhood. Wow. Being a ghost with a dead baby or something sets this connection to yokai lore. In terms of old ghost stories. So hard to watch anime. And like what they're saying about like an ordinary boy having special you know, items, that's just Akuma-kun. You know, Mizuki does have a series like that, and it's a different show. It's Akuma-kun. So hard to watch anime while having Twitter. Getting spoiled on Bochi jokes was the worst. Aww. Is it a separate entry? Maybe Graveyard Guitar? Yeah. Graveyard. It still would have showed up. Like, they still have the Japanese the Romaji underneath the underneath their localized title. So it would have showed up regardless. Yeah, it's not there. How odd. Okay. And then there's their article on sports anime, but I'm not reading it yet. Spotlight. I do want to read those at some point on stream. I'll probably read them after the time skip. Okay. Spotlight from 2002. Great. Vanilla series. But this is one of those. Again, being coy. Look at this. Look at this. For this is one of those. Yeah? Just tell me it's porn. Just tell me. Why do you have to be cryptic about this shit? Please. Is this a functioning encyclopedia or what? Just tell me. Unbelievable. Spotlight. For this is one of those. Tell me. Unbelievable. Does the sports article have spoilers in it? No, it's just long. And not like an article counted in the 50 for me. I've skipped a lot of them. I'm gonna be reading it, but like it's a dedicated article type of thing. I'm just like gonna do that later. Spriggan. It's from 1998. Explorers in Turkey find Noah's Ark, a spaceship frozen in layers of ice. The clandestine Arkham research organization, dedicated to recovering the artifacts of a lost prehistoric civilization, sends in its researchers, but comes under attack from American agents who want the Ark's secrets for themselves. Yu Ominai, a Japanese schoolboy who is really one of Arkham's elite Spriggan agents, heads for Turkey for a battle of wits against the Pentagon's high-powered machiners platoon, led by the super soldiers Fat Man and Little Boy. They, however, report to the evil McDougal, a child prodigy whose powers are dangerously out of control. McDougal has realized that the Ark is a weather control device, and he intends to start a new ice age. Inspired by the final shot of Raiders of the Lost Ark, himself an homage to Citizen Kane, Hiroshi Takashige and Project Arms creator Ryoji Minagawa's 1989 manga in Shonen Sunday posited a secret society fighting to claim all world's paranormal artifacts for good, with ancients named after Celtic fairies, and protect important treasures in ancient ruins, quote-unquote. From the English lettering to the Chinese theme song, this is an anime made with the foreign audience in mind. The script was translated before the film was made in an attempt to secure foreign backing. The manga was originally translated into English as Striker, in a version that hid its strong anti-Americanism, though the film was made and released in the US amid a post-X-Files willingness to cast the Pentagon as the bad guy. The anime project began life as a video of Spriggan's Berserker chapters, but was changed to the arc plotline and upgraded to a theatrical release. Close up, it still looks like a video production inflated with extra capital. Close up, it still looks like a video production, as in like an OVA, inflated with extra capital. Alright. In a succession of bloody battles punctuated with biblical apocalypse and government conspiracy, director Kawasaki recalls the whip-like cuts of Ghost in the Shell, tearing from shot to shot to distract us from the sparse animation. Spriggan has less than a third of Akira's cell count. Are you seriously bringing up cell count? Are you serious? I haven't seen Spriggan, but I didn't know. I kind of assumed it was a decently animated movie. What are they going off in the animation for? Sheesh. Which it has less than a third of Akira's cell count, which it hides with a breakneck pace worthy of Sui Hark. I don't know who Sui Hark is. Supervisor Katsuhiro Otomo's influence is clearest in the design of the arc and the portrayal of the evil McDougal. Like the mutant children of Akira, he has a bluish pallor. TV tropes ass. Okay. A vocabulary that belies his age, and a voice provided by a genuine child actor. What the hell? I love how they look down on hentai yet still choose to cover it when they ignore Hakuba Kitaru. Ignore's not the word. I think they just didn't look into it. I don't know how they missed it. They were like, it's fine, and they moved on. But they added something. They did add something. That's so weird. They did revise it. So bizarre. So they have the power to omit anime, but they don't omit hentai. So I guess they enjoyed it more than they let on. Nah, I don't know. I think they just kind of certain things that slip through the cracks. But obviously that's a big big miss, because Kitaru is literally one of the biggest anime franchises in anime. Okay, one of the most high profile. Maybe I'm wrong. The folks are making a lot of noise downstairs. I think they're chasing a mouse. Is it the same black thing from last time? What the fuck does that have to do with Citizen Kane? I don't know. I thought Spriggan was just entirely animation. Sparse animation. It was beautifully animated. Also, IRC, there's a lot of CG in the last quarter. Interesting. They do have a thing against CG, apparently. Or a weird thing about it, I don't know. People are so bad at judging animation quality. The chasing in Spriggan is so fire. Sui Hark is a Hong Kong film director and producer. Oh. How weird. They didn't say anything else positive about it, so it's gonna have to be negative. Or I guess the fast pace is something like... Let me just check the 3rd edition. Oh, they did add something. A sequence from Kuniaki Haishima's score was lifted and reused in the Korean movie Joint Security Area, and also in a British TV commercial for the Carphone Warehouse. Okay. Thanks for the trivia. All right. Well, CG couldn't count towards its cell count, is what I'm saying. I mean, it was CG backgrounds, a lot of dialogue, so not much need to do a billion cells for talking. Hmm. And also, I thought the Akira cell count is a bit of a myth. Why do they know about Japanese car phone commercial? British car phone. British. So they know about that because they themselves are British. Negative. They literally don't say anything besides it's... Up close, it still looks like an OVA. Like, I'm just gonna put an OVA. Inflated with extra capital. Spriggan animation's pretty cool. I thought so. That's what I had always heard about it, is the anime. It's kind of watch it for the animation. What the fuck are they talking about? That's interesting. Oh, hell yeah. Spring and Chaos. This is a great OVA. Fuck yeah. I didn't even realize it was group tech. Fuck yeah. Okay. Director Kawamori is better known today for Escaflowne and Macros. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I thought so. Let me double check something. Yes, okay. Cool. So yeah, I mean, it is good to credit Shoji Kawamori for obviously original creator, you know. Actually, I don't know if he was the original creator, but he is credited as director on Do You Remember Love specifically. For Macros, that was directed by Noboru Ishiguro, the LOGH director. And then Escaflowne was an original concept by him as well, where he does obviously have something to do with it, but that's also not directed by him. You know what I mean? That's by not Akahori. I don't want to say a random name, but I'm familiar with. That's the same director as like Stars Align, and some other. So he So I mean, Shoji is the producer, script, storyboard, original creator, and they don't even Are you kidding me? They literally just have producers listed here, including Justin Cook. Don't get me wrong, I like Justin Cook for Yu Yu Hakusho, but like the director is Kazuki Akane. And this guy has secretly done a lot of good stuff. Knowing, Tetsuo and Birdie Decode, the Gios movies, and then Stars Align. Specific, an original creator for that too. Got a lot of credit for that. I have to watch more Attack #1. Thank you, Bob. Good seeing you. Most of the fight scenes in Spriggan are weirdly front-loaded, though. Things slow down immensely in the second half. All Minecraft's post original, I think, has him listed as original creator. Yeah, that's fair. It's just like, you know, all they bring up for him is that the director Kawamori, and it makes it sound like he also directed Escaflowne and Macros. I would have put is better known today as the creator of Escaflowne and Macros. Escaflowne is Kazunigane, who did a lot of stuff with State Light. Yep. Not a big deal, though. No opinion of it, though, really. Too bad. It's a great OVA. No change. Spring Love Maidens. 2008. Can you hear the harem bells ringing? Or let us decide for ourselves, thank you. This is based on the visual novel Argot and Jargon. They always bring up Argot and Jargon when they say visual novel. You know what I just realized? They are much quicker to point out that something is a harem than they are to point out that something is porn. Okay, Shapes, you really need to read Japanese titles, because I have no idea what the show is. Oh, Harukoi Otome. Harukoi Otome. Harukoi Otome, Otome no Sono de Go Kingenyo. I'm gonna write that down, actually, as a trend. I would be very interested in that. That would be kind of hard to prove, but interested. It's a hentai, by the way. I knew it. I had a fucking feeling it was, because it was 2 episodes. I literally Spring Love Maidens, 2 episodes. Oh, it's probably porn. I literally thought that in my head. But they did not mention that. They did not mention that. Look at this. All they mention is that it's a fucking harem. Visual novel. They don't even say porn game. They straight up. They straight up. Even when it was self-evident, they fucking describe every girl. His fellow students include a novice nun, an athletic girl, a girl with a heart condition, a lesbian, and a girl kendo champion who's also the token rich girl and student council president. And his clever, innocent younger sister and his childhood sweetheart also go to St. Francesca's. Can you hear the harem bells ringing? Okay, at least they do mention Koihime Muso. Because I looked it up on Mal, my first thought was, it's the same character designer. But not that it's porn! Jeez Louise. Okay. Sprite Between Two Worlds. 1996. Oh, this is porn. Oh, okay. They didn't even say it. I'm just reading it, and I'm like, this sounds like porn. They still haven't even fucking said it. The end result contains many silent hiatuses as the cast seemingly waits for canned laughter, but that never comes. Deep Blue Fleet director. Oh my god. This is, like so many others of its ilk, a morally dubious attempt to package human pain as entertainment. Alright. Let me read the third edition. It's two 40-minute videos. I'm just gonna fucking look and see what's porn. I have to confirm it myself. I mean, objectionable content intense. It's technically not porn, I guess, because it just says themes, ecchi fan service, multiple personality. Okay. I don't know. I don't think Sprite's porn. Mal doesn't say it is. All right, but you see what I mean? Why do we have to play this song and dance? Why? Why can't we just be like, ugh. Oh my gosh. Morally dubious attempt to package human pain as entertainment. All right. SPT Lasner. All right. I'm not going to read this one out loud, though. Sorry. If you want me to, let me know. I'm gonna be saying weird amount of detail. Oh, finale OVA. They also mentioned the ending of the TV show, but that's like an open-ended one. Like it didn't really, it concluded very prematurely. They make it sound like an actual person was hurt in the course of filming it. Laser is an awesome OP. Yeah. I'm reading the 3rd edition. No change. Spy? Ex-family. No. Spy of Darkness. 1996. 45 minutes. Pink Pineapple. LNV. Yeah. Another one for the pile. Another one for the... They just say... They describe it. They describe it. And then it just says, another one for the pile. Why? I don't have this... This is the first time hearing about this fucking thing, and I don't care. I hate this shit. It's shitty. But we don't need the snark. We just don't need it. Obviously a we is a pejorative, maybe a loaded term, maybe. We. But like, yeah, they are so done. Like, the contempt. Why did I read that? Just don't put it in. You're missing several other fucking anime anyway. And don't get me wrong, they're missing quite a few amount. They're missing not that many. It made it sound like they're missing a ton. They're really not. It's rare when they've been missing something. They have pretty much all of it. To my knowledge. They have shit that like wasn't even made. The 1st edition had that one article way back that wasn't even made. It was like that's how fucking, and some stuff that like, 50 members on Mal. Not even remotely near the iceberg, touching the bottom of the ocean. The Marianic Trench of anime is in here. So I get it, being completionist, but like, what are they complaining about now? It's just some shitty hentai, and then like, all they do is describe it, and it does sound like shit, and then it's like, another one for the pile. I don't need the snark. I don't need the snark. You know what I mean? It's bothering me. Thank you, Fulman. It's good to see you. I'm sorry, I didn't read that other thing that Victor said. I'm surprised they didn't credit him as mechanical designer for Gits or something. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just gonna put it in opinion. Dismissive. Square of the Moon. That was from 96, so let me just double check the first edition, sorry. Yeah, they did not, it's the same. Square of the Moon from 2002. Yes, I didn't say that. You said it. Oh my god. Let me read this for you. College student Izumi and her fellow members of the Astronomy Club are in fact warriors from the Blue Moon who have come to Earth to protect humanity from the evil light hunters. These evil creatures suck the life force out of their victims by enveloping them with their tentacles and using psionic powers to make them believe that their sexual fantasies are being fulfilled. So, yes, it's Sailor Moon and or Venus 5 meets Demon Beast Invasion, based on the game from Alicesoft. Am I just not wired the same way as these guys? I don't read a synopsis and be like, oh, like Sailor Moon? I don't. I just don't. When they say, oh, so yes, you expect me to be TV tropes like you? Really? Really? Disagree. No, I'm not. I am not. Just the wording of that pisses me off. I'm not you. I'm not owned. I'm not owned. Fucking TV tropes brained. Look, don't get me wrong. Sometimes I am. Sometimes things remind me of something. But I'm not gonna boil it down to be like, oh, it's this meets this. Oh, that's it. That's all it is. Because as if Sailor Moon is warriors from the Blue Moon who have come to Earth to protect humanity from the evil light hunters. Already, just from that description, it sounds like they themselves are aliens. They're from the Blue Moon. So their relationship to Earth is much different from Sailor Moon. Already. And it also would point out, I mean, granted, it's 4 30-minute episodes. But, like, I don't know, what's their relationship with each other? Do they just meet? It's because one of the interesting things about Sailor Moon and the dynamic of that is that these girls meet each other and come together based on this conflict and grow together, and they bicker and fight, and ultimately kind of come together, and you know what I mean? Like, that's an endearing quality to that. But, like, I don't know. It's just like, boy, like, it just kind of besmirches Sailor Moon when you talk about it like this to me. They keep saying it, but these hate reviews are pointless, so they're not making me interested. No, not that I think they would want you to be interested either. For me, at least, I get jaded towards a lot of my information and knowledge, and I don't know if it's the same with them, but it kind of sounds like it. Maybe. But I mean, skill issue. Like, I am, you know me, I'm insanely iceberg level. But I don't pretend that I know everything. I'm not saying they pretend or that you pretend, but, like, I'm not trying to be like, I know what this is. You know what I mean? I don't want to act that way. I want anime to still be surprising me. Even stuff that, like, I want to be surprised by Sailor Moon. I want to be surprised by Akko or Charlie the Witch or One Piece. If I went into One Piece with this like cynical TV tropesy mindset, I'm not going to enjoy it. Of course not. And what's the point of me watching it then? That's the point of us watching this stuff, right? To enjoy it. I mean, I get what you're saying. But it's not like you're looking at H anime complaining they're not Miyazaki level quality. I wouldn't say they're that bad. It'd be funny if there was a H article in here that they were like, it's no Spirited Away. Whoo! That would be a doozy. That would be a doozy. What the fuck is Demon Beast 5? I mean, TV Troops has some great trivia, but I feel bad for anyone who uses that to learn how to write. These guys must think every sci-fi movie past the 70s is just ripping off Star Wars. A lot of them. I looked at the poster of this and got excited, and then saw I was born. Yep, H anime be like that. Yeah. Yeah. God. Squid Girl. Girl. Gurl. Squid Girl. Squid Girl is an unlikely Avenger. A little girl with big ambitions and absolutely no abilities beyond extreme cuteness. The way the surface people abuse her undersea home drives her crazy, so she heads for the surface to invade the land and wreak retribution. Unfortunately, her first victims, the Aizawa sisters, are no pushovers. They put her to work to pay for the damage she's caused to their restaurant, as a waitress and source of squid ink. As she makes friends in the human world, the conviction behind her big talk of revenge begins to waver. Like Sergeant Frog before it, Squid Girl is about winning hearts and minds more than conquest. It's sunny, silly, and rather charming. Each episode is made up of 3 short segments revealing its origins in Masahiro Anbei's episodic comedy manga from '07. Well, I'm happy they liked it. I was a little worried about that, but yeah, I'm happy they liked it. Kexy's poggy right now. For sure. Squid Girl. It is one of those things where it's like, when they like a show that you like when they happen to have a positive opinion about Cypher the Video, I'm like, well, guys, this book can't be all bad. Definitely. Sunny, silly, and rather charming. Strungle. It's really bungles my sabungle. It's really strungles my sabungle. That's 10. Thank you, Kinoko. It's only been an hour. Fuck. All right, we're fucking cranking now. No, we're not. We're gonna crank though. Okay, let's get it. Let's get this shit. Pedestrian Cop Show was never likely to fly because it ran a week before Tomino's Dunbine. Whatever. Another dismissive opinion about, like, oh, this show aired the same time, and that's why it sucks. God damn it. Pedestrian Cop Show. Ran a week before Tomino's Dunbine. I should say Magical Dunbine. It isn't one of the more frequently highlighted entries on Amino's resume. However, it was picked up by Saban, crashed into another show, dressed up with a top 40 soundtrack, and syndicated on American TV in 1985 as Macron 1. Okay, 3rd edition. This is like complaining about every seasonal that aired in the fall of 2015. Well, like, well, One Punch Man aired the same season. You know, it really is like the same energy. Like, oh well. Maybe their argument is like, oh, it's the same show. They're both mecha, but still. No change. Staff room after school.
Squid Girl's fun. Afraid they were going to call it Moe shit or something. I wish they included the costumes in the other Splatoon games licensing. Yeah. That's why it's rare you ever see a re-release of a good licensed game from the 2000s. Oh, okay. Alright. No change. Nothing really interesting to report. I couldn't win. It's why I don't watch every season once that comes out. I fade I'll turn to these guys. That's actually what they said about Concrete Revolution. No shit. No shit. Then when season 2 aired, they were just like, My Academia ate the same season. Oh. Where did they say that though, Roger? In here? Here Academia hadn't come out by then. Yeah, no, Concrete Revolution is not in the book. I don't know where you mean. It's funny because the two shows are completely different outside of superficial similarities. Oh, just general people, you mean? I think that's fair. Stainless Knight.
Okay.
Great. Stairs. No, not the others. People online. Yeah. Okay.
All right. Moving on.
That's from 2001.
That's fine.
Star Blazers.
Uchu Senkan Yamato. Here we are, and it's a full fucking page.
I mean, understandable.
I'm gonna be watching the 6 movies soon.
If I had one! If they would fucking download it. God. I'm wondering, maybe if I... Maybe go for those two. Anyway. Alright.
In 2199, the evil Emperor Dessler orders the destruction of Earth. Radiation bombs from his planet Gamilas have devastated the planet's surface and will make it uninhabitable within a year. Enemy cruisers have Earth under heavy surveillance, so there's no chance to build a starship to fight back or escape. But the radiation that has dried up the oceans has exposed many old hulks, including the 250-year-old wreck of the World War II battleship Yamato. Tunneling under the surface, the authorities have secretly built a starship within the old hull. When Queen Starsha from the distant world of Iskander offers Earth a device that can rid them of the deadly radiation if they'll just send us a ship to fetch it, Captain Okita and a hand-picked crew set out on the hazardous journey in the reborn Yamato. Young pilot Suzumu Kodai, Derek Wildstar, has a grudge against the captain, who survived the battle that claimed Kodai's beloved older brother Mamoru. But as time goes on, Kodai and the whole crew come to see the captain as a heroic father figure whose responsibility to do everything in his power to save Earth is a heavy burden. Despite looking faintly ridiculous to modern eyes...
Why would you start with that? Why would you start with that? Why? Of all the fucking... What are they gonna say? Anyway.
Despite looking faintly ridiculous to modern eyes, Space Battleship Yamato is one of the watersheds in anime history.
Yeah, why do you have to right off the bat? Why do you have to entertain anybody who thinks that? Anybody who thinks that. I'm not being I'm sounding pearl clutchy, but like this is not the attitude
to go with in this book. It's just not. You say Space Battleship Yamato is one of the watersheds of anime history. The fact that this doesn't even have pictures, nobody, like, how would they know? Like, why would you say the first visual descriptor you give, if this is the first time they're reading this article, and they don't know what it looks like, you're gonna say, despite looking faintly ridiculous. I would kind of maybe understand that for something that looks a little unusual or something, but Yamato? Space Battleship Yamato? Are we kidding ourselves? The first line, I'm not even, come on. I know it's bloated mostly with just like talking about the sequels and movies and shit like these always are. But like, are you kidding me? This better be good considering Leiji and all. Yeah, didn't you watch the old Yamato and new one together? Yes, because of the Pizza Man. Because of Kenji? I don't know if I watched it because of Kenji. I did it because they were the same length and they're covering the same material, seemingly. They don't really, but... If I remember correctly, one of the Yamato movies is the longest anime film ever made. Disappear at the Taro, he's the second. Right. I think that's Beat Forever Yamato. I could be wrong. Or Yoa no Toani. Oh, now the animation sucks because it looks old crap. I mean, Cartoon Network was rerunning it at this time. Maybe they assumed people were watching it then? Maybe. But like I said, I don't think they need to entertain people. They don't need to fucking entertain these clowns that think that it looks faintly ridiculous. Are you kidding me? Oh my god. You guys, you know, I made a big deal. I made a big stink just now out of despite looking faintly ridiculous to modern eyes. I really should have saved the energy for the next line. I'm over it now. I'm just so fucking over it. Yamato looks perfectly normal for the 70s. A Japanese respray of Star Trek. It replaces pioneer exploration or gunboat diplomacy with oblique references to World War II, a desperate suicide mission hounded by enemy vessels in red, white, and blue. The title of the ship itself is the most obvious. At the time, the greatest battleship ever built, it was sunk during a one-way mission to hold off the U.S. attack on Okinawa in 1945. Naval and aerial battle sequences are clumsily transposed to a space setting. A Japanese respray of Star Trek? You cannot, in the same breath, say that it is one of the watershed anime. You cannot say it is a Space Battleship Yamato is one of the watersheds of anime history and immediately say a Japanese respray of Star Trek. What are we doing here? What the fuck are we doing here? Oh, I could have sworn the PM said New Yamato bad, and then you watched it for yourself and was like, yeah, New Yamato's way better. Oh, okay. I guess, maybe. I did say, by the way, I do confirm, I do attest that you know, I do want to rewatch it, but yeah. This attitude is why Lupin Part 2 failed on Adult Swim. People just kept complaining how old it looked. I cannot believe it. Okay. Naval and aerial battle sequences are clumsily transposed to a space setting. Ships list when holed in the hull, and fighters are shot down, although in space there isn't supposed to be a down. What are they talking about? They explode! The ships explode! That's down. Did they watch it? I mean, maybe I was like not paying attention to that, like when watching 2199 or something. Maybe. This anime is only good because it ripped off this famous American show, lol. I would assume they didn't mean it like that, but then I remember the Spirit of the Way article. I cannot believe this. Beyond the risible pseudo-physics, however, Yamato contained a supremely strong storyline. Yamato changed the way TV programmers thought about sci-fi. This reminds me, I wonder if they're going to mention that it got beaten by Heidi in the TV ratings. Yamato changed the way TV programmers thought about sci-fi. Previously, it had been supposed that only very young audiences watched TV anime, and so there was no point in screening anything but giant robot and Sentai shows. The influence... Sports, spoke on, Joe. Okay. Gekiga anime, Sabuto Ichi, even though Sabuto Ichi did air on a family time slot. Alright. Doro, anyway. The influence of the original series on a whole generation of Japanese animators is incredible, and it resulted in homages and cameos for the ship in many anime works. The green-skinned aliens... The green-skinned aliens? Am I about... I don't know, fucking... Green. Well, there's a green guy. There you go. Green. I'm just gonna do 1974, I guess. There's not many screenshots. I want actual screenshots, please. Why are the Google results so ass for this show? I get you're not gonna get a lot of screen caps. Green. The green-skinned aliens. Are they talking about a different alien race? Fellas, the green-skinned aliens seem to have inspired the design of the Centrati in Macros, while the teacher-pupil relationship of Okita and Kodai, born out of the captain's guilt over the loss of the pilot's close relation, never had a better reprise than in Gunbuster, where Coach Ota played the captain role to the full, even to the extent of they spoiled both Gunbuster and Space Battleship Yamato. Why not? Even though that is not the same reference. They're not referencing Okita in Gunbuster. I mean, they could be. Why didn't they bring up Nadia? They don't bring up Nadia at all. What are you doing? What are you doing? Blue Putin? I don't know. I guess the internet be like that. I think they just looked at that poster and guessed. The one poster? Fellas. The show was the brainchild of writer Eiichi Yamamoto and Thunderbird's sub-producer Yoshinobu Nishizaki, who poached many staff from his former employers, Mushi Pro. It also features heavy involvement from Captain Harlock creator Matsumoto, who drew many of the initial designs and also the spin-off manga. The planned 52 episodes was cut to 26 after a lukewarm ratings reception on TV, but as the series drew to a close in 1977, the advent of Star Wars rejuvenated network interest in sci-fi. Aren't you contradicting yourself here, then? Because they just said, the series, as it drew to a close in 1977, the advent of Star Wars rejuvenated network interest in sci-fi. And earlier they said, Yamato changed the way TV programmers thought about sci-fi. Previously, it had been supposed that only very young audiences watch TV anime. There's no point in screening anything but giant robots and Sentai shows. The influence of the original series on the whole generation of... I don't deny that it was influential. But then why would you say that it was Star Wars that rejuvenated because it was dipping in ratings? Which is it? Literally, which is it? The first movie is a compilation of the first TV series that gained a new lease on life abroad as Space Cruiser, with the Gamula's hordes renamed the Gorgons. Back in Japan, for the TV series Battleship Yamato 2, Earth's new age of peace is disrupted in 2201 by Emperor Zordor's Comet Empire. The sequel to this series came in movie form with the first Space Battleship Yamato feature to comprise all new footage. Farewell to Yamato in the Name of Love, Ai no Senshitachi. This was soon followed by Takeshi Shirato's New Voyage, a 95-minute TV special broadcast on Fuji TV in which the Yamato has the chance to come to the aid of Earth's savior, Queen Starsha, when she suffers attacks by the Black Star Cluster Empire and the Gamulan Dessler. The New Voyage was shown in 1981 in theaters on a double bill with the Next Genuine Movie Edition, Katsumata's Be Forever Yamato, featuring Kodai and a crew that includes Starsha and Mamoru's daughter, Sasha, traveling in time to defeat the invading forces of Commander Kazan of the Dark Empire. However, Yamato's reissue as Space Cruiser was by no means the last of its English-language incarnations. The series made it to American TV screens as Star Blazers. Plaster Studios had acquired the first two series, with its sights on marketing tie-ins for its toy division Hasbro. Some changes were made for the US market, notably the character names. Comic relief robot Analyzer and cyborg machine Sandor had been created well in advance of George Lucas's knockabout robot duo in Star Wars, but Analyzer was named IQ-9 in imitation of C-3PO. Some changes were made to cushion US sensibilities. Violence was toned down, and Dr. Sato's copious drinking became non-alcoholic. Despite an early lukewarm reception, American anime fans, as passionately loyal as their Japanese counterparts to the show they loved, began to screen episodes in convention video rooms. Its classic status on both sides of the Pacific was secured by fan interest and activity, to the extent where the full series and all 5 movies are still selling on video in the US and Japan. In 1980, a third Japanese TV series, also brought to the US, moved the action further forward to 2205 when new danger appeared in the Bowler Wars. During a battle between Gamulas and the Bowler Commonwealth, a stray missile flies into the sun and renders it unstable. With only a year before the sun explodes, Kodai must restaff the Yamato with a crew fresh out of the academy and find a new Earth for the human race. In fact, by the end, I'm not gonna say it, leaving the grand finale of the Yamato's adventures to Takeshi Shirato's movie release, Final Yamato. That's the longest one, I think. For this conclusion, Okita returned from death. Okay. Takes command of the ship in 2203 to defend Earth from Lugarl, priest king of the water planet Aquarius, whose people are flooding the rest of the galaxy. The Aquarians are descendants of an advanced race that fled Earth during Noah's flood, and now they want to come home. The Yamato saves the galaxy once again, then Sidmead, until Blade Runner futurist Sidmead resurrected it in his much-trumpeted designs for the video series Yamato 2520 from 1995. Top-heavy with directors Shirato, Nishizaki, Shigenori Kageyama, and adding a stellar design team to rework Matsumoto and Kitazume's originals, this relaunch of the old ship failed to fly. It looks pretty, but the repetition of the Team Save Earth concept lacks the passion and conviction of the old series. Sometimes the latest fashion just can't compete with the classics. Wait, what? Wait.
That literally contradicts what you're saying again. This relaunch failed to fly, and then you say sometimes the latest fashion can't compete with the class. Are you talking about like the remake can't compete, like the 2520 remake from '95 can't compete with the classics? Is that what you're? I don't know. Because I would assume that that just read off weird to me because it's like the latest fashion in terms of the shows that were coming out in the '90s can't compete with the show that failed to fly, like the classics, as in like the one that the big franchise that it's from. Anyway, just a weird synapse connection. The new Yamada movie planned for 2002 is reputably based on the later manga in comic Gata. Set in 3199, it features the descendants of the crew recruited by an ethereal beauty, Aya Haguro, for a new mission. Another galaxy is fated to clash with the Milky Way, and Aya leads the crew in a quest to fight off the Dark Queen and her metallic metanoid subjects. Gotta read the 3rd edition, but yeah. James, was fun seeing you on Trixie stream. Thank you, MNNM. It was a fun time. I wasn't looking at the screen, but if the green-skinned aliens are actually blue, it might have just been the subs they used. Midori in Japanese can be both blue and a bluish green. You bring up an interesting point, silly Sir Pantines. You bring up an interesting point. The subs they used. Because a lot of their information comes from magazines. But like, it's Yamato. It's literally like, again, one of the biggest franchises in anime. It's just so strange to me. Or maybe they're green in a particular movie or something. I don't know. I need to watch that stream. Yeah, it was fun. I think they were referring to the dub as in they dubbed it because of Star Wars. They just didn't word it well. Okay. Well, dub or sub, it's likely just a weird translation thing given Japan's different categorization of the color green. But they said the classics looked old and dated. Retro always wins. That would still imply they didn't watch it. Right. But it's infuriating to assume that they didn't watch it when they're saying that, like, oh, it's a respray of Star Trek, and it looking faintly ridiculous to modernize. And like the fucking risible pseudo-physics. Oh my gosh. Alright, now to read the 3rd edition. Unreal. Yeah, this weird contradiction part. Green-skinned aliens? Yep, spoilers for... Never had a better reprise than in Gunbuster, where Coach Ota played the captain. Roll to the full. No, not Nadia. Like, what? I'm gonna put my red tinfoil hat on here, but I honestly believe they don't watch at least 80% of the anime they talk about. They've seen a lot of... I'm positive they've seen a lot of anime, but like... It is weird that they're getting a lot of notable details wrong about some of the most high-profile titles. Like, how do you do that? And how does no one correct you? The green skin thing wasn't corrected. Even if it's like, oh, actually, they were green in this one movie or something, or like in this other way, or it's some reason why they were thinking this. I still don't understand how they got that. Well, like they're blue for the majority of the time, or maybe bluish green, like blue green, like teal. I'll give you a teal. I'll give you a teal. Like I'll give you this color. This is Arctic Blitz, actually. That's just blue. But there's I have a Gatorade that's like... Like... Yeah, this is technically green. Oh, this is also Arctic Blitz. What am I high? What the fuck? Is it... That one. Sorry I make this big deal about Gatorade colors. But, you know. Where did the... Hard to see on stream, I guess, but like, see how this one's kind of greenish? You know what I mean? There's a difference! There's a difference! I'm not owned! I'm not owned! What's your Gatorade review? I love it. 9. Out of 10. Out of 10. Anyhow. They added something. Ah! They added the spoiler for the second movie. Thanks. Thanks. I can't believe it. I've never seen them add a spoiler. I don't think I've ever seen them add a spoiler.
Or maybe I'm hot. Maybe I glossed over that. Hold on. Let me double check. No, no, they absolutely added this. Added spoiler to Yamato Movie 2. Unbelievable. Oh, okay. Wait. Oh. Oh, wow. Okay, so they actually changed something. Changed how Movie 2 is a sequel to TV 2. Movie 2 is a sequel to TV 2. 2 TV 2 adapts Movie 2. It covers the same material, leading to the same year's Yamato 2 TV series, which retold the events of the movie, but with more open-ended finish. Added spoiler to Yamato Movie 2. I'm gonna make sure I put that down here. Incredible. They don't have to, and I'm reading it. I read it, and I'm like, I don't think you needed to spoil how it ends. You really didn't have to. There's some times where you do have, I can understand the reasons behind it or something. I've almost never seen, I'd have to go comb through all this list of entire spoilers again and be like, there was no context with you needed to spoil this at all. Our Blazers TV and movie 5. I'll also put in mixed Yamato 2520. Looks pretty, but repetition of teens save Earth lacks the passion and conviction of old series. Of course, they're going to talk about the court battles now. Added big paragraph about legal battles. In recent years, the story has remained in the headlines largely through the acrimonious court battle that has raged between the two men claiming to be its creators. This seems to stem from their conflicting ideas of who was responsible for what in the original, with producer Yoshinobu Nishizaki claiming that the series was his idea, and artist Leiji Matsumoto counterclaiming that while the extent TV versions may belong to Nishizaki, it is he who has the right to make his own new versions. The court battle faded from view, particularly after Nishizaki's incarnation for several years on a cocktail of guns and weapons charges and parole violations. Ultimately, Nishizaki's death appears to have laid matters to rest after an epic battle longer than the Argo's original mission. In a moment of historical irony, he died falling from his own boat, the Yamato, a cruiser that was the source of his insistence through many a romanization, although frustratingly not all. That the Senkan, literally battleship of the Japanese title, Uchu Senkan Yamato, should be translated as the technically inaccurate cruiser, Space Cruiser Yamato. Yeah, it doesn't sound as good as Space Battleship Yamato. And that's all they say. Not gonna bring up 2199? Not when did that come out? When did that come out? It's funny. When you click on their Star Blazers article, it links you to the localization, and then it gets you to actually Space Battleship Yamato. Just thought that was funny. Okay. Gosh. So you got Yamato Resurrection, the live action film, the OVA series, the remake series, and the film duology, etc. I understand not including these two, but like, what? They added stuff, but then they didn't add. Again, like same thing with Kataro here. They didn't add Yamato Resurrection 09 live action film. They've mentioned live action versions in other articles. '04 OVA, 2012 TV series, 2014 film. Strange. YouTube thumbnail will be like, yeah. Oh, that just in time for Star Blazers. Yeah. I got some basic details, but otherwise kind of bland. I actually have some of the Naruto soundtracks on vinyl. I disagree, Full Windman. They called it... The fact that they called it fucking... despite looking faintly ridiculous to modern eyes, and a Japanese respray of Star Trek... Dumb. I actually have some of the Yamato soundtracks on vinyl. 2014, I think. Nope, 2012. It rubs me the wrong way a bit how they refer to his death as ironic. Yeah... in poor taste. Will we need to wait for Y to hear about Yamato 2520? Doubt it. No, they talked about, they gave an opinion about Yamato 2520 actually. Looks pretty, but repetition of Teen Save Earth lacks the passion and conviction of original. Strange. Ain't no doubt about it. You fucking Toy Story insert song. I just called the song from Toy Story, Strange Things Are Happening to Me, a fucking insert song. Oh boy. That's funny. That's a good insert. I like the ED. I like the Toy Story OP. You got a friend in me? I like the OP there. Oh my god. Forgot the Star Trek part. Must have blocked the stupidity out of my mind. Yeah.
It's weird when they've definitely done their homework on a bunch of series, including a bunch of facts on this. Didn't they do the same thing with everybody else who died? Somebody else who died? Yes. They did call, they called it ironic that the author of Run Mellos, owes, Dazai, ironic that he killed himself. Because he wrote Run Mellos. I'm pretty sure. It wasn't just that he died, it was that he committed suicide. Let me double check that. Has a happy resolution. The simple story, hinging on the nature of friendship and the ability to keep faith, has a happy resolution that is bitterly ironic when one remembers that Dazai committed suicide. Starcat Full House from 1989. It is not here. I don't see it in the first book. Let's find it. Hoshineko. Hoshineko. Hoshi. Oh my wa Hoshi. I love that episode title in Onisama A. Oh my wa Hoshi. That's one of the best episodes in the show, for sure. It's the episode where Mariko invites Nanako to her birthday. Jesus Christ. Whew. Okay. Hoshineko. Hoshinoko, Hoshino Ojisama, Hoshikuzu, Hoshineko Full House. 376. Oh, okay. Oh, weird. Okay. Moved, changed. Star Cat Full House to Star Cat Full House. They just moved the space. That's interesting. Full House to Full House. You don't have to remember to read that crap, man. I'm sorry for one, man. Oof, bruh. They called it bitterly ironic, not so hilarious, but yeah. Is this the second time they've said it's ironic that he died? Maybe. If I look up ironic. I mean, at least the Yamato guy didn't take his own life. Yeah, it was an accident. This slapstick film about three pretty boys struggling with Sheesh! Let me just double check the... Oh my god. The final episode throws the alien Eterna race into the mix, but it's hardly Gunbuster. Come on, guys! It's okay! It doesn't have to be! It's a new Shiguro project. Haruhiko Mikimoto. No shit. Oh, that kind of looks like fun. And look, I am not going to watch this expecting fucking Gunbuster. Expectations. Oh my god. Time and place. Let's check it out. This is the OP. Insert song? Oh, okay. Aw. This seems like fun. would not be watching this for like, oh, I just want to watch. I want Gunbuster. You know what I mean? Damn. It's not on here, but like, that looks like fun. Cat Soup's on here, amazingly. In 4K. Wow. Okay. It's hardly Gunbuster. Kill me. Do not control F. Ironic. Lois. Worst mistake of my life. Not editing us for Gunbuster. It's nothing like Gunbuster. Hey, this is from the Macros director. And LOGH! Full win, man! Nobari Shiguro! LOGH! Garnet kind of looks like Haman Khan. Gannett. Gunbuster came out a year before, so that's why, I guess. Sure. Gonna add this to my watch list. Maybe they thought it's supposed to be inspired by it? Hey, at least they didn't compare it to Macros. I guess so. At least they would have had a connection where, like, it's the same guy as Macros. Same director. Nobari Shiguro. Say his name. Say it. Alright. Star Child Poron. Wait. Poron is an alien child. This is from 1974, and it's 260 episodes. 5-minute episodes, but still. Okay. Little-known science fantasy is not to be confused with Chobin the Star Child, which started its run a month earlier. I'm just interested because when they say Star Child Poron... Okay, that's what it looks like. Alright. When they say that, I'm reminded of Poron from Sally the Witch. So, it's really interesting. I'm watching Sailor Moon R close to the same time when they introduced Poron in Sally the Witch. And Poron is literally Chibiusa. Like, very similar. I haven't seen Chibiusa yet. I actually haven't seen those episodes of Sailor Moon R yet. But, like, functionally, where it, like, introduce a younger character with the main girls, that dynamic, same thing. Although, obviously, they're doing different objectives, and they play in different ways. It's interesting. Obviously, I haven't seen R yet, but I feel like Chibiusa would become much more of a stronger presence, and not just... Because what happens with Poron, interestingly, she's not in every episode. She's introduced, and rarely, in a rare moment, it actually has continuity between two episodes. With her introduction, it's kind of a two-part episode almost. They function individually, but it's two-part. And then, like, the episode after, she's not in it at all. Not in it at all. As if, like, this could have aired before her introduction or something. And that happens where, like, Poron is in some episodes, but she's not in all of them. It's really interesting. I haven't seen too many past that, but yeah, that was strange to me. Sorry, I haven't watched LGH. Fair enough. You should. I mean, like, this show has nothing to do with the director's previous work. Yeah, for sure. Like what they did with Kawamori. Anyway, that just... It made me think, did they give a spin-off to Poron? But no, it's a different character. It's a different thing. Sorry, I have to compare that to the first edition. Star Child Poron? Where is that? It's not in here. It's not in there! Although I did see Hoshino Ko listed a lot, so let me see. Hoshino Ko Chobin. Nope, that is Poron. That is Chobin the Star Child, not to be confused. It's not in there. Okay, that's a new article. Okay. I do always love when I find when I build this list is always really interesting to me. It just demonstrates that they're being even more thorough. All right. Star Driver. On the remote Southern Cross Island, a secret society named the Glittering Crux is seeking giant transdimensional mobile suits, or psi-bodies, which have been hidden under the school for eons. Only certain specially gifted individuals, known as Star Drivers, can pilot these mighty weapons. 4 shrine maidens living on the island are the magical seals that hold the psi-bodies immobile. Enter Takuto Tsunashi, a high school boy who has recently moved to the island. One of the shrine maidens, Wako, saved his life, and he feels he owes her a debt of honor. Along with Wako and her reluctant fiancé, Takuto is fated to be part of the mighty battle to protect the psi-bodies and the world from those who would use them for evil. He's the legendary galactic pretty boy, the chosen pilot of the psi-body Tauburn, the only one specially created for Earthlings. There's a generous sprinkling of Go Nagai's Mazinger Z here, a sprinkle of the doomed heroism of Leiji Matsumoto's Starzinger, a dash of Zero Meyer, Zeo Reimer, even a twist of Daitarn 3 in the love triangle. Yet, Enokido manages to make the character archetypes of mecha anime come up fresh and shiny, and the art and design teams make the settings and robots look good. The battles are occasionally shaky in animation terms, but by the time that becomes an issue, you're likely to care about the characters enough not to mind. The pacing is not always consistent, but there's enough going on to carry viewers over the sticky patches. A show that could have been an unsuccessful rip-off of a great tradition ends up as an affectionate homage that can meet its noble ancestors without shame. Okay, I'll give it positive. A little more mixed, but ultimately that's a positive endorsement. Fresh and shiny. Art and design look good. Affectionate homage that can meet its noble ancestors without shame. Neat. I've been watching Gutsy Frog and found out the attaching Sergeant Frog is an homage to the title cards in that, where the frog holds the sign. Nice. Nice. I love that connection. That's so good. That's awesome. Side note, don't Google this show with the English title. Star Driver? Oh, fair. Mention Enokido, but don't mention Utna. Also, there's no shaky animation. What? Now I gotta... Insanely well animated. Man, even when they praise something, they have to be overly critical. It totally reminded me of like an anime snob review. They're very elitist. They're very elitist. The finale is legit just all Sakuga. Whatever. At least they liked it. 1992. A misguided sci-fi tale of ecological police keeping space free from pollution in 2061. Wait, what? A misguided sci-fi tale of ecological police keeping space free from pollution in 2061. You mean like planets? Which I was pretty sure you were positive about? What are they being critical for? Yeah, space debris. Are they really, like, poo-pooing? Positive. They're positive about Planetes. Execution is sublime, equal weight to science and fiction, and all the better for it. They loved Planetes. And then they said it's a misguided... The Stardust is a misguided sci-fi tale of ecological police keeping space free. Like, space is, like, in italics. keeping space free from pollution. Like, how am I supposed to take that other than you think the premise is silly? Hello, I'm back. Good to see you, Victor. I'm talking about Poron, trust me. Okay. How did the hour-long reading of Star Blazers article go? It has been an hour. I was pretty disappointed when they called it, despite looking faintly ridiculous to modern eyes, and a Japanese respray of Star Trek. And they were like, you know, very critical about the premise on its face of like battleships being in space. Battle sequences are clumsily transposed to a space setting, like naval and aerial battles. Like they are downed, even though there's no down in space. They literally say there's no down in space. Like, come on, guys. I should make sure I write that. Come on, guys. There's no down. Come on. The OVA is so hard to find info on. Google always thinks you're looking for the JoJo OVA. Oh, god damn it. Yeah, that's not very promising. This is not very promising. The fact that they link me to this article. There we go. I got it. Aww. It does not have a very good rating on Mal, but like, the art is kind of charming, actually. It's only got 600 members. Of course it does. Wait! Wait! She voiced... Wait! 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 Yo! Yo! Let's go! I'm in! And Kazuki... Wait, who does he play again? No shit! No fucking shit! Let's go! Oh, I'm pogging out of my mind. Who's this? Okay. Oh, Daichi! Daichi! Oh, actually, that's not the same one. Okay. The different Agumon, I guess. Kindaichi. Oh, okay. Alright, yeah. Kuri Kua. Alright. Fucking awesome. Fucking Noah Izumi's Pitlet VA and Frankie's VA. Sign me the fuck up. Let me see if it's on YouTube. I doubt it. Oh, the final battle is on YouTube. Ending, and then it's Stardust Crusaders. Forgotten Gem. Kato got almost 1 million views on this video. God damn. But then yeah, there's Gray Digital Target. Okay. But then yeah, they got this guy here put out the ending and the final battle, I guess. Interesting. This is Atano, by the way. This is Ichiro Atano, by the way. This gets more and more interesting. Definitely putting this on my list. Stardust, 1992. The quality of this anime is at least partly forgivable, though, for being an apprentice film made by students at the Yoyogi Animation Academy. Only a few years later, budgets would become so tight in the anime business that members of the same college would become cheap labor on the far longer-running, but equally amateurish Gandhara. Alright.
Misguided sci-fi tale of ecological police keeping space free from pollution. Equally amateurish and para. Come on, guys, the Death Star isn't real. This is subbed, but I've seen enough of the director's other work to not really want to watch this too quickly. Well, fair enough. Mr. Rascal from Cha Cha, let's go. It's subbed on Anime Bites. Nice. Itano being the director isn't really a positive for me, though. Oh, I'm fine. I don't have too much experience with him as a director, actually. Let me just double check his shit. Let me just check his I'm just scrolling through his work. Director for part 2 of Megazone 23. I've heard amazing things about that. I have seen Battle Royale High School. I don't know why I watched it, but yeah, it was very boring. Angel Cop. I haven't seen it yet. It's a very technically well-made movie, OVA, but like, kind of schlocky. I haven't actually watched it, but I helped with the restoration, so I basically watched it. And that movie's gorgeous. Oh my god. Yeah, Stardust. He's original creator as well. He's director, script, storyboard, and original creator. There's very few things that's like that for him. That's awesome. But then he goes back to key animation and mechanical designs after that. Actually. Yeah. At least for a long time after that, that was his last work as a director. He would be an episode director here and there, and then he would direct Gantz. Gotcha. In 2004. He would take a break from directing for a while, though. But he was director on Gantz Second Stage, and Blast Reader. He did a lot for Blast Reader. He was series comp as well. Storyboard for the OPs. Script. Animation director, etc. Wow. Alright, anyway. Megazone 23 Part 2 is great, the rest is eh. Itano as the director is more sus than his animation jobs, which is goated. Yeah, that's fair. Itano did some bangers, though. He got blacklisted because of Angel Cop. Wow! Damn! Damn. That's incredible. Huh. Sheesh. Oh, sorry. I have to check Stardust. No change. Yeah. Okay. Star. Jewel. Itano considers Blast Reader his best work. It's why he doesn't direct anymore. He peaked. It's like, I peaked. This is what they do. It's like, I don't know if I'm just reading in a weird way, but like, I completely just take, this is anime we're talking about. Any premise, I'm like, yeah, okay. That's what all right, sure. You know, there's some that are like ludicrous or whatever, but like, they're making this sound ridiculous. Let me just read this for you. Alien goddesses of darkness are exiled to Earth. To escape, they need to gather the light from the lives of human women by taking their jewelry, or rather the jewelry of their souls, their personality crystals. This leaves the victims as lifeless husks. The crystals will power their sunship, allowing them to return to their home planet.
The goddesses of light are sworn to protect their return and bring them and their retractable penises to justice. Yes, you read that correctly. We've seen a lot of dull, repetitive pornography in the course of researching this book. Parentheses. The things we do for you, dear reader. But this was raised slightly above its shelf mates by the hooker chic costumes, better than average fluidity of animation, the silliness of the concept, and the obvious passion of its creators. Positive. I will say I'm now interested, actually. I wasn't interested in the premise, frankly, and I actually didn't know it was porn. Again, I did not know this was porn. Dull, repetitive pornography. Like, the only thing in that premise that clued me in that was porn was when they said retractable penises. That's it. At the end. Ugh. That was something that could have been in the OVA era. Yeah, it couldn't be all the blackjack OVAs. All the blackjack OVAs. The family jewels. The things we do for you. I could do without the 3-sentence porn reviews. I'm fine. Please don't. I'm good, actually. That's okay. Don't worry about it. I'm not saying thanks. The last thing I will tell you is thank you for doing that to me. And here's the fucking kicker. They just admitted that they've been watching all of this porn. We've seen a lot of dull, repetitive pornography in the course of researching this book. And they clearly did not watch a ton of good, important, better. It doesn't even matter. It doesn't even matter a bit. Like, what, you know, like, this definitely proves my theory that, like, they clearly watched the stuff that was short so they could explain what it is and tell you what it is. But 26 episodes? You know, like, stuff that's not subbed yet? Unreal, man. Repetitive pornography in the course of reading this book. The things we do for you, dear reader. A, didn't have to, actually. B, this proves you actually watched all this porn, but seemingly didn't watch a ton of these way more important anime. This whole project is their excuse to watch a lot of pornography. Maybe they like H-anime more than they're letting on. They gotta watch the porn over watching One Piece. It's the important stuff. I'm sorry, but if the choice is between One Piece and anime porn, the anime porn wins every time. Roger. I know you're being facetious. But, like, if the choice is between anime porn and Aim for the Ace, Asha no Joe, maybe the porn was available to them at the time the book was made. Yes. Yes, of course. No, actually, I take that back. I take that back. Well, the article that we're talking about here does not have an asterisk, meaning it did not get an official English release. I mean, this is from 2011, so, like, I understand that by that point, they probably haven't released a physical version of this. Or, you know, maybe this is supposed to mean that it's available in an English language, like it has a dub. Maybe that's what they mean? Let me check something. Because I'm pretty sure the Attack on Titan dub certainly must not have come out by then. Well, there it is. How about Kill a Kill? Yeah, no, that also has an asterisk. So, the asterisk definitely means available in the West. I mean, unless they missed it or something. And I'd also have to look back through all of their porn and how much of them are asterisks versus how much are not, you know? I'm trying to imagine how they came to the decision to include all this hentai. What did the combo look like and not even label them? I don't get this decision about labeling them, though. That's the weird thing to me. Their content warnings do not make any sense. Like, they make sense, but they're not useful. Because you're going to have LNV in Berserk, but it's not porn. Let's watch all the hentai because it doesn't take long. That's their logic. No, I'm dead ass. That's absolutely their logic. Just a movie. If Tazaki did H, they would like him far more. Shut up. We were on the same wavelength. We watched all this crap for you. Don't care. Didn't ask. L plus ratio. Yeah. For them, agent. No. I don't necessarily think that's their position, Full Wind Man. I think you're being a little hyperbolic. Damn, the cover for Stardew looks so good. AOT was out then. I'm saying like the dub. I don't know if the dub was by then. Kill la Kill wasn't for sure. Because it wasn't there. They didn't do simul dubbing. They didn't have simul dubbing yet as of the first season. So I remember the first season dub took a while. But maybe by the time the book came out, I don't know. They gave all this time to H anime, but call every romance anime attention. I mean, they seem to care more at least. I gotta make sure that there's a positive on that porn. Yeah, the dub for AOT was by summer 2014. Okay. Which they did rail roast in that season. Good shit. Star Ocean EX. Could you be any specific at all? Why put this in if you're not going to be any specific whatsoever? This is the article. This is it. Claude is transported to Exvel, a world beyond time, where the fantasy adventures are what one might expect of an anime adaptation of a novel adaptation of PlayStation game. The anime was based on That's it? It's 26 episodes! it's just those weird mismatch. You think of like these other OVAs and these other things that they give more they tell you the characters' names. I mean, they gave the main character Claude, but like, what kind of adventures is he going on? You know, it's so uneven. It's so weird. Star Ocean is 20. I'm gonna check out for the night. Good luck. Thank you, Kinoko. Sheesh. Yeah, good luck is right. Thank you. You call it a computer game and a PS1 game simultaneously. Yeah, I guess. Yeah. Star of Davide. Less fantastic but equally distasteful version was turned into a live-action film. Whatever.
It's porn again.
No change. Star of the Giants. Yumahoshi is a promising young baseball player who dreams of becoming a top star like his father before him. When he joins the famous Giants team, his father and friends all do their utmost to make sure he achieves his full potential of becoming the star of the Giants. Based on the 1966 shonen magazine by Noboru Kawasaki and Iki Kajiwara, Giants was the first sports anime, the direct ancestor of the rest of the genre, including Kawasaki's later Animal 1, as well as the girls' variants, Aim for the Ace, Attack Number 1, and their many imitators. In bringing a sports plot to a medium previously dominated by juvenile adventure and sci-fi, it paved the way for other aspects of manga's diversity to cross over into animation. During the course of the original TV run, several re-edits were screened in theaters as part of vacation anime festivals. The first was billed as the only chance for many viewers to see their favorite show in color, black and white TV sets being more common at the time. Other movie edits included Big League and the final game against the Yakult Swallows in 1970. Though Giants was popular in Japan, the mundane nature of its struggles, albeit leavened with some far-fetched training techniques lifted from martial arts, left it unlikely to be exported to the West. Huma's only appearance in the English language was the 30-minute TV special Star of the Giants vs. Mighty Atom, a friendly match between the Giants and the characters from Astro Boy, which reached the US as part of the latter's series, renamed Astro Boy vs. the Giants. The series was followed by Samurai Giants, adapted from another Kawasaki manga, and by a later much less successful sequel. Shin Giants is set 5 years after the original and was broadcast at a time when the Yomiuri Giants were facing anime competition from the Tokyo Mets and the Seibu Lions. The final 23 episodes, rebranded as Shin Giants 2, deviated most from the original manga, introducing new regular characters, dumping Huma's girlfriend, and even killing off his father in the final episode, much to the original creator's annoyance. I don't really care that I spoiled it out loud because it's anime original. So. I said it, but whatever. Isn't that Astro Boy crossover Lost Media? Maybe. maybe. Reading the 3rd edition. Oh, they added some stuff. Some critics, including Hayao Miyazaki, have suggested that the Japanese people over-identified with the storyline in the aftermath of the Tokyo Olympics, seeing in the protagonist's rags-to-riches struggles and sacrifices a metaphor for the experience of all Japanese in the post-war period. It also featured a number of stylistic innovations behind the scenes that would transform the nature of Japanese animation, commencing with the widespread use of xerography to transfer artists' line work directly to cells without an immediate tracing stage. This, in turn, allowed for considerable artistic experimentation, which became increasingly necessary as the long-running anime threatened to catch up with the ongoing manga series on which it was based. Although this condition is common today and usually held off through the use of filler episodes that to tread narrative water, Star of the Giants was the first time a TV anime company had faced the problem. Producer Keiichi Yamazaki exhorted his writers to find a way of stretching the pages of the manga further and further in a scheme that reached its apotheosis with a legendary one-ball episode written by Haruya Yamazaki. This exercise in hyperreality stretched the passage of a single ball from pitcher to batter to outfield to home plate into 25 minutes by darting from participant to participant, zooming in on their physical states and their internal monologues, freeze-framing moments of stellar action, and digressing into flashbacks and impressionistic representations of their state of mind. So, I looked into this actually for my Naruto video about filler. And it's really not that egregious of a case. And I would really be interested in analyzing the adaptation situation for Koji no Hoshi. Because I even looked into the manga for this to be like, what's going on here? And I don't want to spend time here really showing you all that because we're already been streaming for 2.5 hours and I have less than half the articles done, so I can't do that. Some other time, when I finally do get to Koji no Hoshi. I do want to watch it. I have it all raw. It's not, the first episode is subbed and that's it. I'm also a little intimidated to do it because it's baseball, so it's not that hard, but I watched Samurai Giants already, and I did not like it. I thought it was very repetitive and boring. And so I kind of expect that with this show. So I'm a little nervous to watch it. But I also want to compare it to the manga as well, so that could make it a little more interesting for me, I don't know. It's long as well. It's 182 episodes. 182. It's so long. It's longer than Joe. It's stupid long. Never mind the sequel. So, not the most pressing matter for me, but still. I looked for this, and I think I found the episode, but it's definitely not that egregious, and the manga also, it takes like almost 2 chapters doing the same, like, depicting it. Yes, the anime does add flashbacks and some dramatic tension here and there, and, you know, it makes it sound like the one ball, it makes it sound like the majority of the episode is the pitch itself, which, yeah, the main character is the pitcher, and, like, his rival is, like, a really notorious batter. And so this episode is a standoff between the two of them. But the thing that makes it long, and the manga had this in, it's not like they added this stuff, or it's not anime original as far as I can tell. What makes it difficult is he makes it a home run. But the way that he has to, the fact that he hit it and got it to be a home run or whatever contorted his body, like wrecked it. And so he can barely go around the bases. And so there's this drama of like, he just has to run around the bases and he'll get the point, he'll win. but it's the deep physical pain of trying to make it across. And it's like, yeah, that's what it is. That's where like all the batter to outfield to home plate in 25 minutes. It's mostly the drama of like, oh my God, he can barely make it to third, you know? And like the drama of him like literally on the ground crawling to home plate. Yeah. I honestly didn't. I don't think the dub was lost. I didn't know it was dubbed. Miyazaki said it, so it's true. It sounds really cool. Don't see why any of that is a problem. They subbed the last episode of Kyoji no Hokushi for April Fools. Eh? That's great. They subbed episode 2. Okay, fair. Wow, that sounds super interesting. I legit really interested. Yeah, Kyoji no Hoshi's a big deal. Big deal. I also don't think it's gonna be very good. I just have a vibe. I watched the compilation movie, Raw, and was not very impressed. I was very disappointed because it's the same thing as Samurai Giants. Like the same format where main character gets a couple of rivals, has an unbeatable pitch, rivals come up with have this intense weird training to overcome that pitch, and now the pitcher has to come up with a different ridiculous pitch, and then the batters have to it's like a cycle of batters, and each of them kind of figure out a different one. And I'm sorry to spoil this, but like the end is just the pitcher combining all 3 techniques. Like he gets all these different techniques in training and stuff. It's like a back and forth in that way, but it's very absurd, very repetitive. And I had seen other baseball anime like Touch and One Outs and Apache Akugan even, that were just way more interesting and it involved the whole team. I was just really annoyed that the only characters that seem to exist in this show, and it seemed to be the same format with Kyoji no Hoshi, where it's just the pitcher and 2 batter rivals. It's a team sport, you know? And obviously Touch has a similar thing going on, where it's really just like focus on the pitcher and his batting rivals. But I don't know, I feel like it balanced it better for some, you know, I don't know. Odd they didn't include Miyazaki's criticism of Yamato. Though those thoughts were more informal. It was the first successful sports manga. At least that episode sounds awesome. I know a lot of people at Nintendo love Star of the Giants. The genre had to start somewhere. Yeah, I don't disagree that it was the first sports anime. There's some actually to that, but like I don't care. I definitely think it's, you know, important as being distinguishing. It also started the Gekiga movement, which Mateo Watts talked about in the latest Mushi Pro article. Hence, Star of the Giants is remembered within the anime industry as being the harbinger of a whole series of hyper-real tropes and transformations used in the medium's storytelling thereafter, although there is some disagreement among its makers as to who should take the credit. While the scripts certainly set the tone, they were written in reaction to concerns at the production level, and many of the heavy artistic lifting was accomplished by the animators themselves. I mean, if you're talking about a whole series of hyper-real tropes and transformations using the medium storytelling, if you're talking about like the scripts, this is a manga adaptation. And apparently a mostly faithful one. Wouldn't it just be the manga? I don't know. Obviously the anime has something to do with it, but whatever. It has been suggested that part of the credit at least should go to the storyboarders, including Yoshiyuki Tomino, for being able to make this arrested narrative work, or to the animators led by Tadao Nakahama for being able, you know, the director of the show. He's the same director as Gutsy Frog. Tadao Nakahama is a fucking legend, dude. He did Star of the Giants, Gutsy Frog, and the Romance Trilogy. Insane pedigree. And then the first half of Rose of Versailles. And unfortunately passed away after that. For being able to put their tools to appropriate use. One might even suggest that the problem might not have arisen in the first place were it not for Star of the Giants' unexpected appeal beyond the usual children's market. which was itself encouraged not only by a sporting tale used sure to attract other groups, but a vitamin drink sponsor, Oramium C, with an adult market and consequently an interest in fostering adult audiences. Right there, yeah. And like they talked about Yamato doing that earlier? It just doesn't make sense. James, maybe you would like Princess Nine then. I'm interested for sure. It shares the same focus pretty evenly between the whole team, although of course it focuses a little more on the main character for sure. Yeah, of course. I just don't like that, like in Samurai Giants, they were nobody characters. I don't think they knew their names, and they didn't have any. It was so annoying where you can tell who's an important character because they have a particular design, like usually by Yasuo Otsuka, you know. But everyone else has the most generic-looking same face. That it's just like, oh, I don't have to care about you. Got it. You know, and that was just a shame to me. During the course of its original run, several re-edits were... Yep, so there you go. So that's all the same. So they added a lot. About... connections to Tokyo Olympics, stylistic innovations, xerography, filler problem, harbinger of tropes, and mystery of who to credit that for. Definitely a good article for sure. Much improved because of this extra chunk that was added here. Oh, also added about the adult sensibilities. Unexpected appeal with adults. Yeah, that's a shame. Also added 13 Ep 02 series, re-released as a 13-episode series in October 2002, which used both footage from the original and newly animated scenes in order to retell the story from the point of view of supporting character Mitsuru Hanagata. In what may be an interesting precedent for a whole new subset of post-anime licensed adaptations, the original story was also repackaged and reanimated in India as Siraj the Rising Star in 2012, with the baseball foundations entirely discarded in favor of a story about a promising cricketer, thickly populated with product placement from its Japanese backers. 2012 Indian remake. Yeah. Okay. Star of the Sen. 1975. Yeah. Okay. No change. Star, and nothing interesting to note, really. Starbirds, 1978. This is Deimos. Romeo and Juliet with giant robots. The series didn't achieve the stellar popularity of Go Nagai's robot epics like Grandizer. Its one claim to fame being the debut of Pat Labor's Yutaka Izubuchi as a guest robot designer on one episode. Not gonna mention Nagahama that this is part of the Nagahama trilogy? Okay. Got it. I wonder if the Robot Romance trilogy is like a fan codification, like a Western thing. Or something that is deliberately mentioned in other magazines like Animage or something. I wonder. Well, that wouldn't discourage it from them mentioning that, though, because technically Magical Girl hasn't, it wasn't really a thing. The term Maho Shoujo wasn't really used in the time of Sally or Akko. It wasn't really until at least Creamy Mommy, which is a while. That's 2 whole decades. Well, it's not 2 whole decades, it's almost 2. Star Trial Records, subsidiary of King Records. Alright. Star Light Nocturne. Oh, Kasa Yakyoku. It's a Dazaki. Oh, well, I see my stream going. I lost people. Ripperoonie. I don't know where we're at. It said that OBS was lost for a sec. Now we're back. I don't know how much. I didn't really say anything major. I was on Kasuya Kyoku, and they don't mention Dazaki, but that's literally it. I think that's all that was missed. I don't think anything else was. I don't know if I got some viewers still, I guess. I don't know. Whoopsie. Alright. Hopefully it's fine. Still working. Okay, thank you. moving on then. Well, let me just double check with the first edition. Yep, no mention. That's fine. Starry Sky. Had you on in the background, thought my internet was acting up. Okay. As the show's short running time indicates, it's 26 episodes, but they're 11 minutes each. It was originally aired online before being shown on TV in 13 segments, 2 episodes at a time. Based on visual novels, argot, and jargon. Not unattractive, but not especially memorable. Mixed. Not unattractive, but not especially memorable. Devastating. 2010. Okay, which one is this? Starry Sky Sutasuka. Sutasuka. Starship Operators. 2005. In a mix-up of Nadesco and Gundam. Okay. Don't really make an opinion. Starship Troopers from 1988. From the studio that brought you Gundam. They do spoil it. Not like, you know, it doesn't feel like a heavy spoiler, but like it's the ending. I should say ending with. I just realized the first edition has Starship Girl Yamamoto Yoko. I don't know where that is. Starship Girl Yamamoto. It's in Y. Okay. I'm gonna read it just in case. I'll do that after Starship Troopers though. Changed, moved. Starship Girl Yamamoto Yoko to Yamamoto Yoko. But let me read Starship Troopers first. Finish reading it, sorry.
Okay. Not much of a personal opinion, but they describe a lot of, like, comparing it to the original book.
Kenji Kawai did the music for the last one. Nice. Starship fans seem to hate this anime. I haven't seen it even myself, though. Wow, the last one was great, but I did Lotus War. I know the movie was done by the guy that did RoboCop. I always had that thought that Strive Through was only an anime.
I still want to be. I am interested in watching it, but I have heard of it before. No change that I can tell. Before I do that, Starship Girl Yamamoto Yoko.
Ness!
Yoshi. Ice Climbers. Ganondorf. Ganondorf. It's the melee narrator is biased. I just said Ness because
It's two spacefaring empires, Terra and Ness. Yet another spin on the last Starfighter. The alleged girl power is presented in the tradition of Gunbuster for the titillation of a male audience. But there are a few fun visual tricks, like cockpits that disappear in battle, leaving the pilot apparently floating in space.
pretty dismissive. But let me check the first edition, the third, I mean. All right.
I'm not gonna lie, I could never actually follow the spaceship battles in Yamamoto Yoko. They were kind of incomprehensible to me. It was pretty messed up because they mixed up the episode numbers of the TV series download, so I was really confused and had to rewatch the episodes in correct order. Yamamoto Yoko is way too confident to be and smug to be Noriko. I clicked off the article already, but I think they said something about the episode order being weird.
And also adapted as an audio drama, Episode 4 is renumbered Episode 0 and reintroduces the characters for the second season. I guess it's not really the same thing. Whatever. Okay. Starzan S from 1984.
conceived as a rather obvious mixture of Star Wars and Tarzan. Okay, whatever. I wish they would have mentioned how Yamamoto Yoko changes character designs between the OVAs and TV series. Aki Watanabe does the designs for the TV version. Oh wow. The hells. Karate Club from 1990. That sounds like fun. Very, very little information, though. That's all they give. Super tough high school kids duke it out in the Osaka area, which naturally means they're all in league with gangsters. Based on the manga by da. 4 50-minute episodes, though. You know what I mean? It's interesting. Sheesh, okay. Oh my gosh. This doesn't even have a Wikipedia article. Oops, don't print it. Oh, there we go. Oh, yeah, okay. It's got more members than the other thing we checked out. I've actually seen this character design before. Alright, cool. I am interested, actually. Os. Karate Boo. Being one of the earlier Shimba Watanabe collabs. Wow. Okay. Steam Detectives. The SNES fighter of this is pretty decent. Cool. 10-year-old smartass. Intriguing mix of the diminutive Conan the Boy Detective with the nostalgic technology of Giant Robo is spirited away with low-quality animation and poorly conceived plots. Dang. I'll give that a negative. I haven't checked out Steam Detectives, but I heard the OP on one of my anime OP CDs. It's awesome. I do like the art style of this one. Steam Boy. Oh my god. 2004. I got a lot to go. 3 hours now. Definitely going to 4 now. There's a page of screens from SD on Saga War. Animation can't be that low quality. In Manchester, England in 1866, young James Ray Steam hopes to be an inventor like his father and grandfather. Receiving a parcel in the mail from his grandfather Lloyd, Ray becomes the new owner of a steam ball, a prototype energy source that utilizes a super-compressed liquid, a similar catalyst to that in The Secrets of Cerulean Sand. Ray's father, Eddie, is working with Scarlett O'Hara, the owner of the American O'Hara Foundation, whose impressive steam tower will be the feature of the Great Exhibition of London. Compare this to Secret of Blue Water, which used the later Paris exhibition as a conduit for adventure. However, Lloyd and Eddie have fallen out over the tower's uses. Ray joins forces with inventor Robert Stevenson in order to thwart the O'Hara organization's plan to sell advanced steam-powered weapons at London's Great Exhibition, a trade fair that will attract the great and good from all over the world. As with many other anime hyped for their technical achievement, Macross Plus comes to mind, as does Metropolis, for which Otomo wrote the screenplay. Steam Boy seems obsessed with the matter of its own creation. Eddie boasts to his son that the steam tower merely needs to exist and be seen to achieve its end. Some might argue the same for Steam Boy itself, trumpeted as a flagship for anime abroad. 10 years and $20.2 million in the making. Constantly tweaked and remodeled to keep up with its notoriously perfectionist director's desire to remain at the cutting edge. However, this long-awaited follow-up, Otomo's first full-length anime feature as director since Akira, replays its predecessor's military-industrial conspiracy, dressed up in period costume and the exotic, inscrutable setting of England. As in Otomo's most famous work, the characters are plunged into a race over the mastery of an earth-shattering energy source, culminating in a long battle that levels buildings citywide with the cavalier attitude of a Godzilla. Okay. Like Astro Boy, Steam Boy's protagonist is torn between positive and negative father figures, but much of it comprises an overlong chase sequence, even in the international version that discards 20 minutes of footage from the original Japanese release. Much of the jettisoned material coming from the early Manchester scenes. Steam Boy was commissioned in the mid-1990s, amid the same retro mood that saw other steampunk stylings such as Sakura Wars or Super Atragon, which with arch references to Gone with the Wind in its choice of a leading lady. Its imagery recalls that of Otomo's cannon fodder segment in Memories, while its love of steam and power suggests the clunky contraptions of Hayao Miyazaki's Castle in the Sky and Sherlock Hound. Shut the fuck up about what it reminds you of. Oh my fucking god. Shut up. Stop. Stop, stop, stop. 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 I'm gonna list all the fucking ones that they reference in this one article. This is a fucking example. Oh my god. In its final moments, however, it also resembles the reconciliation and truce of Howl's Moving Castle. From the same year? With weapons of mass destruction temporarily thwarted and family values asserting themselves, however briefly, in the race to save London from the Steam family's Frankenstein technology. They had the balls. They just linked their Frankenstein article. They linked it as an anime to check out, like, oh, Frankenstein. When they're not referring to the anime Frankenstein, they're just using the term. They're just using the term Frankenstein technology. Guys, are we serious? There is a certain irony that Otomo should employ so many devices from the 21st century in order to recreate a fantasy ideal of the 19th, particularly when, if anything lets Steam Boy down, it is the humble, low-tech want of an editor to take a red pencil to an overblown and strangely paced script. The movie enjoyed a new lease on life on DVD and was one of the first releases in the new Blu-ray format. I mean, I'll probably give it a negative, honestly. I'm just gonna abbreviate it to like that. Just gonna list every single one that they pack in here. Unbelievable. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. I've seen this. It's how the creator's touches. This isn't just a retread of Akira. I'm glad I've seen Akira, but it's not for me. Fantastic animation, though. Also wish someone would translate the PS2 game. How much name drop can we stuff in this review? This anime has Steam machines, so it's like Sherlock Hound. Don't you see every anime is inspired by Miyazaki? For a moment, I thought you were saying that they were claiming all the series are all Miyazaki. It's a joke, but I'm honestly convinced. The only reason anime is good. Steel Angel Kurumi. 1999. They keep bringing this up a lot. The 15-minute running time restricts what can be done to move the story along, but the audience's short attention span might work in favor of a concept that was hackneyed about 3 Tenchi Muyo clones back. Grating. Grating. Realizing that a respray was all the audience's low expectations required. Bashing literally 2 for the price of 1. Audience bashing. The audience's short attention span might work in favor of hackneyed concept. And realizing that a respray was all the audience's low expectations required, Producers returned in 2001 with a new series, which was just like the old one, but set in the present day, with everyone's name now bearing the suffix Mark II. That was worth it. That's funny, I guess. Yeah, okay. Steel Devil. I have to check the fucking first edition, sorry. They added 2002. Angel Kurumi added live action O2 live action series. Kino alert. Sorry. How can you enjoy anything if you need to constantly compare everything you watch to something you think is better? Still live? Yeah. Oh, come on, guys. With me, nice 15-minute episodes and tell stories just fine. I honestly wonder how much Tenchi Muyo these guys have actually seen at this point. I just imagine this book as the one lone guy at the club meme saying they don't know that they don't know Steel Angel Kurumi is yet another Tenchi Muyo clone. Ah. Extra irony. The second season was written by the guy that did Tenchi Muyo. Wow. Okay. Steel Devil. That's a 1987. Derivative apocalyptic anime from Hirano. They don't say how it's derivative, but okay. They say see also Cyguard and Genocyber, but... Alright. Steel Jeeg. Obari did the mecha fights on this. Nice. 1975. I'm sure this is just like a notation that's I'm just reading in a because I'm like a pervert or something. I don't know if you guys are familiar with this notation. I think they're talking about like sigma cum laude, like that kind of cum. But like the way this reads, the robot's also created by his father, a multi-talented physiologist cum archaeologist cum robot designer, it would seem. I don't know, just stuck out to me. But maybe I'm a bit of a pervert, I guess. Are they only mentioning Genocide because it shares the same writer? Because they're nothing alike. Yes, this counts as you saying the line. Sigma Grand Set. I have to read this one. Okay. All right. Steel. 3 Kingdoms. 2007. Okay, dismissive. Animation is scarcely worthy of the name. Pacing is woefully uneven. I'll say more negative, really. This far in. I've mustered the energy up for Steins Gate. Steins Gate. They're using it as a Latin word. Okay. Considering all the H anime they covered, I don't blame you. And no, you're not as perverted as those guys, not with their H anime count. What even is this series? Google gives me a DC comic. Not on Anime News Network alphabetical list either. Really? Kotetsu Sangoshi. Yeah, it's there. This is it. It's, yeah. You look up Kotetsu Sangoshi. Yeah, it's listed as Kotetsu Sangoshi. Mixed. Too much. Pointless deaths, pointless struggles, and ooh, yikes. But they gave it what'd they give it? What is the number? 5. 6. 5. Dang. Okay. Steins Gate. Rintaro Okabe is a mad scientist. He says so himself. He also says he's Hyoin Kyoma, but okay. He thinks that the international scientific establishment, in the shape of international organization CERN, is out to remake the world in line with its own desires. But then he and his friend Itaru accidentally invent something with far worse consequences. They create a transmitter to the past, and the messages they send in the course of their experiments change the present. Okabe realizes he's the only one who is aware of what's happening. How can he bring the time back into line? Taking one of science fiction's favorite paradoxes and turning it into a must-see TV series, Steins Gate is one of the cleverest shows of its year. Alright, well, at least they like it. Must-see TV. One of the cleverest shows of its year. Quite possibly of its decade. Eesh. It cloaks its true nature under layers of geek-friendly psychobabble and fluff for long enough to draw you into the world of this infuriating yet endearing pair of man-children and their acquaintances, including the haughty girl science genius Kurisu. The sly, subtle way that the protagonist turns out to be the very thing he most despises, the kind of scientist who will reshape the world to his will without a thought for the consequences. sets us up for a thrill ride denouement as he tries to undo the damage. It's not really a thrill ride, I'm not gonna lie. I was expecting a thrill ride, but the fucking SpongeBob, you know, the I should post this on Twitter. I actually should. Hold on. Fucking hold on. The fucking fucking Steins Gate's a thrill ride. The thrill ride. Oh, I would do it. Oh, I should so do it. Fun memes. Fun. Yikes. They liked it more than you. I'm surprised they like anything at this point. They have plenty of positive things full in, man. Gotta get on the VN when there's a couple more dead ends. No thanks. Piling up the genre references into an Aladdin's cave of dreams and wishes and setting the whole thing in Otaku Dreamland Akihabara are masterstrokes. Really? Masterstrokes? It's set in... Come on, guys. It's kind of an easy call. Not gonna lie, it's a very easy call to set it in Akihabara. Shave stock in 3, 2, 1. Yeah, stock. Yeah. Oh fuck. But they only set the scene for the twists and turns to come. In a way, they must have gotten someone else to write this article. In a way, it's a good thing for the rest of anime that the style doesn't match the plotting. In a way, it's a good thing for the rest of anime. The anime or anime in general? Because it's written as anime in general, but like, do they mean this anime? It's a good thing for the rest of anime that the style doesn't match the plotting. Yeah, the style's kind of... That would have made it unbeatable. As it is, the design and animation do the job, but no more. Ah! Yeah, it's not a looker, in my opinion. God, it's not a looker. That would have made it unbeatable. Black Rock Shooter's game creator, Hyuke, did the original character designs, strongly reminiscent of his work there. There's nothing much wrong with the design and animation apart from a tendency to overuse talking headshots and still frames. But what makes this show memorable is the plot and pace. An extra-length TV episode by a new director was tagged onto the DVD and Blu-ray release. A movie followed in 2013, bringing in new director Wakabayashi and picking up on an earlier romantic subplot. It's created by Mages, aka Chiyomaru Shikura, composer and lyricist for several of the songs from the TV series. It's unusual for such intelligent and focused science fiction to start out as a visual novel. Victor! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh fuck! It's unusual for such intelligent and focused science fiction to start out as a visual novel. Wow, you did it. I can read you like a book. I am. Read these guys like a book. Oh, that's amazing. I'm laughing all the way to the bank. You know, I said earlier that these guys don't make me laugh. Sorry. I'll give you that one. It's a good one there. I'm beaming, dude. I am beaming. And, you know, some of you might be beaming, but maybe not in the not in the same way. Oh my god. Write me a list of things they like that Miyazaki and Takahata didn't work on. But wait, man, I've been keeping track. I've been writing an entire. This is just the S. This is just S. And there's a giant list. It's a giant list of things they like. This is why I'm doing it. Really gotta pop off with if you thought saying papers just okay. Just you should watch Akiba Strip. That's when I'll really pop off. You're right. Guy who's never seen any BN before. I didn't know this was based on a visual novel. Yeah, it is. Pick up Homer with gun to head. Yeah. Schrodinger's cat is so played out, and it's a cliche in VNs. Dat diss on visual novels. Aren't most of the VNs people like and talk about these days those giga brain high IQ ones? Mm-hmm. We only laugh at the parts that aren't meant to be jokes. Fair. Now I like Rizaya, which is part horny jokes, part Assassin's School Pillar. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Oretsuba from that same season had an octopus setting, though may have just been Shibuya? I don't know. But that's where Nitro Plus launched Steins Gate in 2009. Following on from Chaos Head and followed by Robotics Notes, it was part of a series devoted to hypothetical science, denoted by that telltale semicolon in each title. Since then, there have been 2 more Steins Gate games, as well as 5 manga running in 6 magazines. Alright, that was fun. That wasn't as agonizing as I was hoping. That was just fun. I 100% bet they got filtered by Oretsuba's first episode, if they watched it at all. Yeah, wouldn't be surprised. That is a good way to put it, though. Filtered. 2013 Stella Women's Academy. Just when you thought anime had pushed as far as it could go. Come on, guys. This is what you're making this statement over? Fucking C3 Boo? Stella Jo Gakuin Kotobuka C3 Boo? This is what you're gonna fucking, fucking stop double clicking. This show? Like, this is what you're gonna be fucking, like, throwing up arms over? Airsoft? Just when you thought anime had pushed as far as it could go, somewhere a brainstorming meeting throws out K-On! With guns, and we're off again. Okay. Adapted from a 2010 manga by Ikoma and Getsuni Min, running in Famitsu Comic Clear. This is also a Gainax production and embraces many of the ideas that makes Gainax such a winner with fandom. As with Gunbuster, early frivolous episodes give way to harder-hitting drama, while Yura's overactive imagination makes her feel and envision for the viewer each wargame as if it involves far more deadly firearms. Deep down, there is a tongue-in-cheek retelling of many of the tropes of sports anime, but also many of the club-based school dramas that revolve around raising the money and perky let's do the show right here enthusiasm. Needless to say, there is a nerdy level of detail on the weapons themselves, even if they only shoot little plastic pellets, compared to Girls in Panzer, which does something similar, just with tanks. I don't even know what to put it. I'm just gonna put dismiss it again. They're exhausted. They're over it. You know what I mean? That's just what it comes off to me as. Skill issue. I keep revisiting those C3 shows. These guys must be fun at parties. You don't have to insult them like that, Bullwood, man. I'm sure they're really nice people. Psychoboo is Kaon with guns. Come on, at least try. It's not like Kaon. It's a redemption story. Gotta hand it to Studio Gut. They did. They did do that. Legit thought from the visuals it was another high school slice of life show. Yeah, like it's not a big deal, guys. By this point, everyone that made Gynex famous left, or I forgot Gynex is an entity. The envisioning aspect of it reminds me a lot of Comic Psycho's Beautiful Fighting Girl. I recommend watching the director C3 Boo's most recent work, Japanese Boy Who Draws. Oh, I didn't know it was the same guy. Awesome. I don't give recommendations. Just the fact they treat Gynex as one of the person that made all the shows. Yeah. Nah, I understand. Stelvia. So, where do I have to go? Story of Little Monica. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Oh, no, there it is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I got 10 more. I got 10 more to do. We can make this in about just over 4 hours. Let's go. Stelvia 2003. Especially when you got a bunch of new articles. Let's go. Yes, it's a high school story set in space. We've been on similar territory before with the Sublime Gunbuster. Shot. They definitely mentioned Gunbuster 5 fucking times in this reading alone. Getting on the list. Going on the fucking list. Oh my god. I feel like this list needs to be longer. I don't know what else is missing, really. The most media fan Dunning-Kruger trap is thinking that a brand company will be the same forever. So I'm not trying to make personal insults, I just want to meet people who acted like this. Oh, sure. You can always find more people like this just go through the mountains. That's the thing, Victor. That's the idea. That's what I'm saying. That's what Sato, the captured gaming man himself. Didn't Sato say he wouldn't make more Tedesco until Stelvia gets a sequel, or is that just something Arcada said? It's one thing to see these guys online, but it's another to actually meet them IRL. I was in the same room as Helen McCarthy. I went to one of her panels in Anime Boston. I have notes from it. She talked about she did several panels at that convention, and I was able to get to the panel about her discussing AI and manga. And I definitely confirmed that she does not read Japanese. All the Japanese reading is from Clements. Because she talked about how, like, she got Clements to translate this stuff for her. So, almost positive. Weird how a few streams ago they couldn't stop mentioning Virgin Fleet and now they're on Gunbuster all the time. Yeah, they're on like a one track for a long time. With stuff like Tenchi consistently sprinkle in, yeah. Oh, it's gonna be Shape's thesis. Yeah, yeah, pretty much. So media poison. Also, how many times are they going to start their articles with "We've been here before"? Yeah, no, actually. But we've been here before, like, that's, I agree, but that's not the anime's fault, that's your fucking fault. I hope she chilled out over time. I think they have. I would like that, hopefully. But they wrote this pretty, you know, they didn't write this when they were young. You know? So. Gotta shout the big name anime to prove your superiority. Kind of, yeah. Okay, sorry. Writer-director Sato doesn't bring anything new to the table for Stelvia, despite its pretty design and animation. I'm gonna put in dismissive again. There's so many dismissive ones, even just in this fucking reading. Look at that. It's gigantic. Ugh. We've been here. We've been on similar territory before with the sublime gunbuster. I recall they got into a bit of an internet argument during the Reddit AMA. Doesn't bring anything new to the table. Oh, stop it. I'm not sure which Reddit AMA you're talking about, Roger. I do remember hearing, I think it was you that mentioned it, that, like, Helen was going really crazy with spoilers, and even, like, John was telling him to stop. Something like that. I don't know what Reddit AMA that is, though. I'd be interested. But, like, I sooner want to read one of their own books. Like, I'm definitely ordering Anime History 2nd edition when it comes out in September, I think. I'm pretty sure that... Oh, I need to... Hold on. I accidentally closed the SpongeBob roller coaster thing. And my fucking computer is in such a way that, like... Hold on. Okay. Yeah, this one... Okay. I'm sorry. Anime History 2nd edition. Yeah. It's still coming out. It's publication date September 21st, 2023. Exciting. Definitely want to read that. It's only $40. I will give him money. Exciting. About the author, John Clements. I just hate this glass half empty mentality. Half empty? I assume they switched out the water with acid. I like how they say about a lot of these articles, say that the show doesn't bring anything new to the table, but you aren't bringing anything new to the table either by pointing that out. McCarthy did a Reddit AMA, and it was a kill argument, as IRC, the users, felt McCarthy specifically was being too dismissive of it. Though I might be misremembering. Depends on the argument went. Probably badly. Did you say it was a Cutie Honey ripoff? Saying it doesn't bring anything new to the table is just putting your root down for discussion. So degenerate. Degenerate's a word for it. That's an interesting word for it, Hayden. It's so degenerate. It's true, though. Degenerative, as in terms of reductionist and, like, deteriorating discussion. Degenerate is a word for it. Okay. Step Up Love Story. 2002. Utari H. I mean, Etchi. I don't know. I don't know if it's porn. I do not know. I don't know. 2001, Stepmother's Sin. I'm just looking at the first edition, and there's this thing called Stellar Busters. I don't see it. Stepmother's. No, not that one. Sorry. Hold on. Uchu Kaizo Nita. Oh, I did. No, I did read this one. I remember. That's right. That's right. Right. Okay, so Stingiest Man in Town is the next first edition article. Okay, Stepmother's Sin. The anime ends with precisely who is left to the viewer's imagination. They spoil it and just describe the entire thing. Recount the seemingly all of it, plus including the ending. Stepmother's, sorry, Sin, not Sing. Porn. Yeah, it's part of the Vanilla series, so. Stepsister, 2002. Another porn. Okay. Stingiest Man in Town, 1978. I'm not going to read the comments, because I want to try to power through this. Oh, it's a Christmas Carol. U.S.-Japan co-production. A rare case of an anime that genuinely has been dubbed in Japanese, as in like it was English first and then. It was broadcast on Christmas Eve 1978, a mere 24 hours after the U.S. premiere. Topcraft and Rankin Bass. Well, of course, Topcraft. That makes sense. Actually, I'm now interested in that. Machi Ichiban no Kechimbo. Christmas Carol. Just checking the third edition. No change. Stitch from 2008. Masami Hata. I didn't even realize it's Masami Hata. Dragon Ball and a dozen other Wish Quest adventures may spring to mind. I guess. He has a good deed counter provided by his creator, scientist Jumba. This is an anime version of one of Disney's finest modern movies. Yasumi replaced Hata in the director's chair for Series 3. Okay. Not much of their opinion, though. Stop Hibari-kun. From 1983. Yusaku Sakamoto is sent to live with a friend of the family after his mother's death. Or should that be a friend of the family? Now he's living with... I don't know what that means. Now he's living with Ibari Ozura, head of the Ozura crime syndicate, and Ozura's pretty daughters Tsugumi, Tsubame, Suzume, and Kochan. The prettiest girl of all, however, is Hibari, Ozura's eldest son, who has decided he likes life better if he dresses as a girl. This bizarre forerunner of Tenchi Muyo, combined with a cross-dressing godfather, was based on the 1982 manga in Shonen Jump by... You've got to be fucking kidding me. Oh. I didn't even... that blindside, that one actually took me out. That one took me for a fucking loop. Oh my god. This bizarre forerunner of Tenchi Muyo combined with a cross-dressing godfather based on the 1982 manga by AG creator Hisashi Iguchi. Okay. It predates Tenchi Muyo. Yes, they say bizarre forerunner. Forerunner. It came before. Forerunner. Ah, alright. I'm going to read the chat afterwards, but I'm going to write this down. Dismissive. Dismissive. Ah, goodness. Bizarre forerunner of Tenchi Muyo combined with a cross-dressing godfather. Oh my god. Story of Donbei. Like also show some respect for one of the first Jump romance manga. Fun fact, Hibari is one of the Trixie's favorite characters. Oh yeah, I'm not surprised. Story of Donbei. Oh, okay. They moved stories from a street corner. Do I already have that? Haru Machikado. Yeah, they have it in T. Okay, so I do have to write that down over here. And I'll read it now, just in case I forget. Changed, moved, stories from a street corner to tales. I'm assuming they mean tales with T. Tales of the street corner, yeah. Of the street corner. Alright. added notably in a limited animation form. Debunking the apocryphal story that Tezuka's first limited animation production was Astro Boy. Debunking the apocryphal story that Tezuka's first limited animation production was the later Astro Boy. I'm gonna run that by Matteo at some point. I have to remember it. Because, like, the way he talks about Street Corner, it doesn't sound like he was trying to make it a limited animation thing. Like, it does seem like it, but, like, they say it's notably in limited animation. But maybe that's their subjective opinion? I don't know. It also relies to some extent on the limitation of its exhibition at the time it was made. Added bit context of time it was made. Dismissive again. I'm sorry if this is a story of Dombay. It's actually Tales of the Street Corner. And that's because it's an S. Yeah, I'll just do Tales of the Street Corner. Does not hold up to prolonged scrutiny in the cold, repeatable light of the video age, but it was never intended to. And also 09 release. Was made 09 release. 09 US releases. Whatever. Little slight change, but it's not a big deal. About like the wording or something, but it's whatever. Story of Donbei. These guys are both sci-fi series made before Star Wars clones. Is this just Dr. Slump? Never mind, Google tricked me. Donbei Monogatari from 1981. Okay. No change. Not much of note. Story of Little Love. 2 more. This one and 1 more. Just over 4 hours. Alright, cool. Thank God. Okay, that's it. Very, very little. Okay. Not much. Story of Little Monica. This is from 2002. Little Monica's a place, not a person. I think it's porn. I could be wrong, of course. Series is notable for its high gloss character designs and skilled use of CG animation, unlike many of its brethren in the vanilla series, so it is porn. The staff seems to know how bodies actually move. Oh, that's positive. I'm just gonna confirm. I'm just gonna click on ANN, hopefully. Yep, ANN. Yep, objectionable content, pornography. Notable for its high gloss designs and skilled use of CG. Staff seems to know how bodies actually move. Ah, that's it. Oh my god. Let me just read back the chat. Saying it doesn't, yeah. This show is unoriginal, but not as unoriginal as this review. I think this is Patari, actually, this one's epic. Got a copy and paste the article review and call it a day. Clements was saying it wasn't much different than Queen's Blade. Wow. But did mention Cutie Honey. McCarthy got outright downvoted. It's funny how they say most anime are cut from the same cloth when most of their articles follow the same pattern. Is Kill la Kill so much worse than most anime aimed at guys? Is it worse than most games? Not at all sure it's outstandingly awful on that score. Just predictably and tediously so. What are they talking? She's not even giving any examples. I don't like the main character. I don't like what she wears. I don't like the structure where it's the, and you give an example, you give the detail, the toward like the school format, the uniforms. She's just talking out of her ass. What are you talking about? It's more of a sex education children porn. Okay. Atari H is fairly well known statement. Okay. But then McCarthy was talking about how Kill la Kill having a lot of female fans might be falsified or something. Then goes on about male gaze. It's the same generic edgy take, but I don't know. Is it a worse poison than actually Kill la Kill's progressive feminist commentary? Don't tell them about slashers having a major female demographic. Hello, freak. Women can't enjoy sex jokes, they're delicate flowers. Just because something has a big following of female fans doesn't mean it's women-friendly. There is a huge self-hatred, self-abasement deficit for women to overcome in all our culture. Does she speak for women in that case? I certainly don't want to speak for women either. I want to hear from their experiences. Do they like it? And beyond, and like, don't just like not believe them or say that they hate themselves. And of course, a big following of female fans might be simply a vocal and active group of 20 or 30, a number of whom could be men using female avatars. That's a little on the line, isn't it? Any statistics from online forums have to be checked with the greatest rigor because the potential for error is enormous. Just a joke. It's the way to kill Come-Off. Jenny seems based on Faith musical. Clement's response was more so, it didn't leave much of an impression on me and wasn't my thing, whereas McCarthy's was a lot harsher as I presented. Thank you, Annaliso. And your long left.
porn mood down. Yep, porn. Emma, I'm pretty much done anyway, full in, man. I'm your probably left by now.
Ah. Honestly, kind of a rough reading. Not gonna lie. Wow. Wow. Wow.
Well.
Yeah. Hey, Raj, never mind. Never mind. Anyway, guess I'll end on this track. It's cute, but it's pretty low. You know, it's gonna be lasting a little while. Or not? Kind of, yeah. What are some bangers from next time? Thank you for reminding me that. I gotta count. I do gotta count the 50 articles. I think we have close to 100 left now. Okay. So for Friday, let's see. 50. 1, 2, 3, 5, 7, 9, 11, 12, 13, 15. Strawberry Panic. Strawberry 100%. Street Fighter 2. Strike Witches. I have to recount now. I'm sorry. 2, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 38. Sugar Rune. 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47. Summer Wars. 48, 49. 50. Ending on Sunday Without God. And after Sunday Without God, it'll be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, There'll be another 50 articles. So we have, I think we have just about 100 left. Oh, man. Hopefully next time we upgrade from Little Monica to Big Monica. I'm surprised there hasn't been a Story of Seasons or Harvest Moon anime yet. Now I'm curious. Street Fighter anime is interesting to hear that Strike Witches article. Separate 100% Strike Witches. Not gonna lie, I thought Not Sweet Book of Friends was an anime based off the game. Look forward to their nuanced opinions on these classy titles. Yeah. I am somewhat proud of the fact that every stream there were at least a few anime I've actually seen. Oh, of course. Naturally. Well, thank you everybody for showing up again. Really appreciate it. I do think this series wouldn't have happened if it weren't for all of you. My emotional support. Am I crazy? Am I, man. Thank you guys so much, seriously. You guys are great, and I'll see you on Friday, hopefully. Yo, peace.